Okay, well, we are very excited to welcome everybody to the EQC meeting. This is the EQC meeting for October 21st, I think is what it is. Gosh, time goes by fast. So we are here and we want to welcome any members of the public who are viewing the meeting to this meeting. And remind everybody that this is a teleconference meeting between EQC members, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing during this federal, state, and local emergency. So we're going to begin with a roll call. So I would like to ask first the commissioners to introduce themselves. And because we have a new member to the commission, we can spend a couple more minutes just saying, you know, who we are, how long we've been on the EQC, and maybe something that we're passionate about that led us down this path. So I can start and then I'll pass it off to the next person. So I'm Ryan Price. I've been a commissioner for a couple of years now, I think about 3 years. And what originally led me to the commission was both my interest in sort of environmental issues and also my appreciation for the urban canopy in Menlo Park, but realizing that it's a little bit disproportionate in different neighborhoods and wondering if there is a way to address that. So I will pass it off to Commissioner Gaylord.
Good evening. So Josie Gaylord, welcome, Leah. I joined the EQC just a little over a year ago and have a business background, and then worked in the solar industry in the early 2000s. And since then have been very interested in climate change. I took some time off to raise a son, and now I'm back. He doesn't need me anymore. He's 13. So now I'm jumping back in through the EQC to work on climate change, and that is my passion.
Thank you. How about Commissioner Payne?
Hi, I'm James Payne. So I joined at the same time as Commissioners Price and Cabot. So I've been here just over 2 years now. I'm a chemistry and biology researcher, and I originally joined because I was interested in climate change in particular, and that's taken on a newfound urgency because I just had a son a little over 2 months ago. So I'd like to say hello again to everyone. It's good to see you all again, and thank you all for your understanding as I was absent these last 2 months, but I'm excited to be back and back in business. So thank you.
Commissioner Cabot?
Hello. It's good to see you all again. I'm Tom Cabot, an environmental engineer and mechanical engineer by training, and a longtime utility, gas, and electric resource planner, and was a longtime city employee. I'm now retired, and I'm an energy consultant. And most of my time is spent in volunteer activity working on the climate problem. It's my biggest hobby.
And Vice Chair London.
Hi, Janelle London. Leah and I spoke extensively today at a little meet and greet, so she knows all about me. But anyway, Janelle London, former attorney, former dialysis company executive, now full-time trying to save the climate for our children.
Thank you. And Commissioner Martin.
Hi, welcome, Leah. So yeah, my name is Deb Martin, and I am the oldest member, well, oldest by time served on the committee. On the commission. I have been here for 7.75 years. So my term ends, I think, in March or April. And my background, I come mostly from a corporate background, doing in sustainability, environment, health, and safety, mostly in the biotech industry. And obviously, yeah, I have a passion, like all these great folks do, in climate change, many aspects of sustainability, actually, but obviously climate change being a big one. So happy to be part of this great team.
Thank you. And our newest member, Commissioner Elkins.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Leah Elkins, and I've been a commissioner for about 10 minutes. And I'm really excited to be on this commission. I don't have an environmental background. I have like Janelle, I was a lawyer for many years until I quit to raise my family in Menlo Park. I've lived here over 20 years, but my kids are grown now, so most of my time is spent on volunteer activities. And climate change is obviously something that concerns me. Sea level rise, but I specifically came down this path through some activism around gas-powered leaf blowers, and started out being all about the noise pollution, but as I studied it more, became more concerned about the emissions that obviously that they spew, but not only that, the habitat destruction. And I'm very concerned about the die-off of insects and the smaller life and the cycle that, if we don't have insects, what are the birds going to eat? And it all circles together. And that's what brought me down this path with the vacancy arising, and thought that I would join and see how I can help the city move in a direction towards carbon neutral.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. We're very excited to have you and look forward to working with you.
Great.
And now we also have two members of city staff who are joining us this evening. So first we have our sustainability manager and liaison, Rebecca Lucky. I don't know if Rebecca, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Rebecca Lucky, the sustainability manager, and I've been working with the city since about 2010, and I took 3 years off to work in New Zealand at the Ministry for the Environment, and then came back. And so it's a pleasure to serve all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also are joined today by the city clerk, Judy Hearn. Judy, would you like to introduce yourself? Hearn.
Thank you, Chair Price. Yes, perfect. I've been with the City of Menlo Park since April of 2018. I was with the town of Atherton previously for 5 years. I also worked for the City of Redwood City for 5 years. So I've made my way as far south as I want to go. So Menlo Park is now my work home. And just, I really appreciate you guys giving me some time on your agenda today. And Leah, if there's anything I can assist with, or any of the commissioners, you guys know how to get a hold of me, and I'm happy to assist however I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take a next step, I just want to let everybody know we're trying something a little new tonight that was inspired by our new vice chair, Commissioner London. And we are going to try to do a little bit more with timekeeping on the agenda. And so just to let everybody know that that's a bit of a change of pace. So we've established kind of target timelines for different agenda items, and Commissioner London is going to help try to hold us accountable to those. If this turns out, not to work for people, let us know, but we're going to make this attempt as our meetings have continued to run pretty late into the evening. As you saw from the minutes, our last meeting ended at 10:05. And so we're going to do our best to see if we can stick to smaller timelines, but we also want to be respectful of the purpose of these meetings and recognize that that's obviously most important. So with that said, we can move forward in the agenda. So Ms. Lucky, would you provide instructions to the EQC members and the public on how this meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Chair Price and members of the Environmental Quality Commission. Welcome everyone to the October 21st regular meeting of the Environmental Quality Commission, and thank you for attending. At this time, we ask the members of the EQC to remain on screen for the duration of the meeting. You will be able to control your own webcam and your microphone. and staff will engage webcams and microphones to make presentations and respond to members of the Environmental Quality Commission. For members of the public who are in attendance and wish to provide public comment, after the chair calls for public comment on an item you wish to speak on, you can engage the raised hand feature that's near your participant name, and I will then have the ability to open up your microphone, and then you can provide your public comment to the Environmental Quality Commission. This concludes my instructions, and I return the meeting to you, Chair Price. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucky. Do we have, at this time, do we have any public comment, Ms. Lucky?
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Peter Edmonds. I'm going to unmute your microphone, Mr. Edmonds.
Very well. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes, thank you, Mr. Edmonds.
Right, thank you. I would like to let you know now that I have an informational item which I feel is most appropriate to communicate at the end of the meeting. So if you have something on the agenda, as you usually do, for information at that time, I would like to bend the rules a little bit and ask if you could call me back at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. We really appreciate it. I would defer to the staff members on the procedural side of this request. I just haven't had this request before, so I'm not sure how to handle it.
Yeah, and I guess I would just need clarification on, I mean, there's informational presentations. Is it under item E, reports and announcements?
Well, it could be if you would expand that to members of the public from what it says on the agenda, staff and commissioners.
So I do believe we take public comment after this item is discussed. It's not typical, but I'll let Ms. Herring jump in if she thinks it's not appropriate to do it that time or to do it sooner. I would recommend probably doing it sooner if it's not a topic related to a staff announcement or commission, because it needs to be related to that agenda item. And so typically it's just updating what staff is working on and any items that the commissioners are working on themselves. And so if it's outside of that scope, then it's probably better to give your comment at this point.
Well, with that explanation, I would say it is within the scope of E1 because it is about a topic that staff, commissioners possibly will be working on.
So just to be clear, so Mr. Edmonds, it sounds like it's a topic that you may have heard us discuss in the past, but you may not see that topic on the agenda this evening. Is that correct?
No, it is not.
Okay, so I think if it's not on the agenda, then if it's possible, the recommendation from Ms. Lucky would be to address your comment at this time, because otherwise we would fall out of protocol with items being related to the agenda item that they're discussed under. So if it's possible, we would love to hear your comment at this time.
Well, and I'm afraid I will disappoint you because I feel it would influence this meeting and I don't want to do that. So I will forego the opportunity to inform you. I'm sure you will be informed in other ways. Okay, well, thank you for raising your comment, and I'm sorry we're not able to hear from you on it this evening, but we appreciate your interest and thank you. Do we have any other public comments, Ms. Lucky?
We have no further public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we can move on to our regular business. The first item under the regular business is, under regular business, the EQC considers providing advice to City Council on sustainability policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council decision. The first item under our regular business this evening is to approve the September 16th, 2020 minutes, which were attached to the agenda. Are there any clarifying questions from the EQC regarding the minutes before we take public comment on the meeting minutes? And just as a reminder, I can't see everybody, so if you do have if you have a clarifying question, feel free to unmute yourself and interject. I can only see 4 people at a time. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything, which leads me to believe there are no clarifying questions. So that means that we would be in a position to take public comment. Ms. Lucky, do we have any public comment at this time?
We do not have any public comment at this time.
Excellent. So the item is now open for discussion by the EQC.
I had a item on the item of the public engagement strategy. I know we passed a motion on that, but was there any plan to have meaning the commission's recommendations on that go to council? And maybe one question would be, could that be included in the quarterly update? And I'm not sure when that's happening. I know that's it was on the agenda. I don't know if it still is, but
yeah, it is. So to answer the second part of your question, if we wanted to include that in the update from the EQC to council, yes, we could, and we're talking about that tonight. It's the last item on the agenda, so we can absolutely talk about it. To address your first question, I am not sure. I can go back and look at my notes. I know Rebecca reviewed the recording of the meeting earlier this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just know that on the item of the EV policies, I think, Ryan, you were going to do a memo to council directly from us. And I'm guessing that would get presented when Rebecca, although she could clarify, when Rebecca presents to council. But on the item of the public engagement specifically, I kind of felt like it would help if there was something similar going from us to council on that. But it wasn't, there was no motion to like write a memo to council. It was just resolved that, you know, we recommended a certain approach. So go ahead.
I can chime in a little bit. And Rebecca Lucky, Sustainability Manager with the City of Menlo Park. So I think Commissioner Gillard, you propose a lot of great options there to include it in the quarterly report to council. You could write a separate memo as long as it's consistent with the actions. I think the original intent of it was to include it in a future staff report that's going to go to council on public engagement, and that would be included as part of the action. But there's different ways of doing it, and as long as the action has been approved by the commission, I think you're within the boundaries of that.
Okay, so that clarifies that we didn't decide to write a memo, but that maybe it was going to be included in the staff report. And I guess, are we all okay with that, or would we prefer to have it be more similar to our recommendation on the EV?
What I remember was the intent around the urgency and kind of having sentiment that we take whatever path allows for alignment with the urgency of the issue, as well as the comprehensiveness of kind of the way people engage, right? So it's both about the fact that we understand that this issue and the public engagement is really important, and that we would like to see things move along as quickly as possible to keep pace with the urgency of the issue. But because we didn't know exactly how the city was going to approach it, we didn't we weren't in a position to comment specifically on any element of a specific plan, more just like the sentiments of like urgency was really important. That's what I personally remember. But if we wanted to do something different, like Rebecca just said, we can.
Okay, so I don't know if this has now gone beyond just like, are we approving the minutes or not? But that was one thing that caught my eye in the minutes was, did we miss an opportunity to, as a group, decide like how to take what we all spent a lot of time talking about and like actually getting it to council directly? So I guess I'd like to propose, and I don't know if it's outside of the scope of passing the minutes or not, I don't know procedurally, but I'd like to propose that we actually have some sort of, we write a paragraph that expresses the sentiment from this, from the action. And that be included maybe both in the update, the quarterly update, and then in the thing that goes to staff. I think it doesn't hurt to have it in front of council a couple times.
And do we know when the item is going, when the staff report is going to go to council, Rebecca?
So at this time, we're working on resourcing the technical team that we need by the end of December, and then kind of in January, bringing forward a more comprehensive plan once we get a public engagement professional on board to assist with that. So I think at this point, like what we're going forward to council is trying to figure out, you know, our budget and all of the resources we need to make it happen and get off the ground running in January. So I think there's time to still address it. If you want to include it as a paragraph in the staff report, that's already inherent in the action. So that would carry over to a staff report. And I think, as you stated, you were going to include it as part of the annual report. So I think, again, that action lends itself to it. If you're going to write a separate memo, like that's more detailed, more lengthy, I think that then it might need to come back as another agenda item to the EQC, which you do have time for, given kind of the timeline I just gave. So I think those are your options at this point. But I think, to Commissioner Geller's point, we can do a couple of those things that she's asking for already within the action. I don't know if it needs to be revised in order for it to happen.
Yeah, I just wanted to try to clear up some confusion. So as I recall, the whole point of these memos was for the EQC to approve them and for us to then present them to City Council. And they didn't require any action other than, I think, an hour a quarter possibly on behalf of staff. So it's not the kind of thing where we were going to need to wait for staff to find budget for something. This was things that we as the EQC were willing to take on our own.
Sorry, Janelle, sorry to jump in, but I think you're confusing two items. Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to cut you off. That's okay.
No, I'm glad you did. I'm very confused now.
Yeah, so we're just talking about public engagement on items 1 and 3 in the CAP, and
okay.
Yeah. So there was we talked about a lot of stuff on the last meeting, so it's totally understandable. But yeah, we're just talking about the public engagement plan, and we spent maybe an hour talking about it, and it was a very fruitful discussion, and I want to make sure that those thoughts get captured accurately and with the right amount of detail. Like, I don't think this is a full memo, but I would like to make sure that the recommendations are really foot with what we discussed. So that's where I'm kind of focused. And I guess I'd like to see it a little bit more fleshed out from just the words that were in the motion. I wasn't sure they exactly reflected what we agreed to.
We can also revisit we could use the recording for the quarterly update to make that a little bit more comprehensive, because that's actually happening. And Rebecca gave me the date and I just don't have it right in front of me, but I'm going before council with this update in the next couple of weeks. So the good news is that's happening sooner. And so I think that is a great time to bring this up. And so what I'm going to do is just add that to the draft that I have been working on, to highlight this as an item for us to, we'll obviously discuss it, but I'm just going to put it in there for now. So when we get to that part of the meeting, I have it slotted there as a discussion point.
Okay. I just, as long as staff's open to kind of refining the words on this action a little bit, or clarifying it, syncing it up more with what was discussed in the meeting, as long as staff's okay with that in terms of what gets presented then with the staff report to council. I guess I'm okay with that.
Okay. Are there any other questions or discussion topics related? Yes, Commissioner Cabot.
Relating to what Commissioner Gaylord is raising, I'm just wondering, is there some change or amendment you'd suggest to the minutes that then could just be approved as part of the minutes? Any clarification of the tasks as you recall them, and then if the group is remembering them, they can be part of the minutes.
Yeah. So it prompted me to go back and look at my notes. And so, and so my notes don't quite fit with this. And I think I would need to watch the video to see, is it my notes or is it this? But I think we had some more ideas, more specific ideas about the types of approaches. So I don't have a specific like one word change that I'm recommending right now.
Okay. Are there any other discussion items? It sounds like the minutes can stand as they are. The question is more about drawing the connections to council and to next steps for action, as opposed to the particular phrasing in the minutes themselves reflecting the conversation. So are there any other discussion topics around the minutes? If not, then if somebody feels prepared, we could hear a motion.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Do we have a second? We have a second. And then we vote by roll call in the virtual meetings. So Ms. Lucky, would you like to lead us in our vote?
Yes, I would love to. I just need to know who seconded the motion. Sorry, I didn't catch it. Oh, okay.
You know, unless somebody else did too, but anyway, I did for sure.
Okay, so so motion by Commissioner Martin and seconded by London to approve the September meeting minutes. Commissioner Gillard?
Aye.
Commissioner Price?
Aye.
Commissioner Payne?
I abstained since I wasn't present at the last meeting, so can't attest to the truth of the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Elkins?
Oh, well, I'm going to do that too. I wasn't there either, so I abstain.
Commissioner London?
Aye.
Commissioner Martin?
Aye.
Commissioner Cabot?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the conclusion of the first item of regular business, we can move on to the second item. The second item is, oh, whoops, I was looking at last meeting's minutes, or last meeting's minutes, rather. So the second item is the basically the review the commission or committee's policies and procedures, roles and responsibilities. So we were provided with an attachment ahead of time by the city clerk, Judy, who is here to answer our questions. And basically this is what we are going to do, is ask questions about the roles and responsibilities of commissioners, things that are inside the scope of our roles and things that are outside the scope of our roles. So I will let Judy, please feel free to speak to this agenda item.
Thank you, Commissioner Price and members of the EQC. Again, I thank you for getting some time on your agenda for this item. We will be reviewing the commission and committee policy and procedures, roles and responsibilities. One moment while I zoom my screen share. And just confirming that you are all able to see the presentation in full screen.
Yes.
Thank you. So attached to the agenda, as mentioned by the chair, is the City Council Procedure CC-19-0004, which was adopted by the City Council on March 5th, 2019. What we'll be reviewing today is what is an advisory body work plan, the scope of authority of the advisory body, roles and responsibility of the chair, and then I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So all of Menlo Park's commissions and committees, with the exception of the Planning Commission, are advisory in nature. And that term advisory in nature means the purpose of advisory bodies is to invite appointed community members to lend their valuable expertise to the City Council's current priorities. The City Council is the policymaking body, and the primary role of the advisory body is to provide judicious and thoughtful advice to the City Council. Here are a couple of examples on how advisory bodies can help in achieving City Council priorities. They can do that through hearing public testimony on the City Council's behalf, and that's done through either public comment or public hearings at advisory body meetings. Advisory bodies can study referred matters and return recommendations and advice to the City Council. Advisory bodies can also forward recommendations to the City Council for its consideration. And this is typically done through the advisory body work plan or work plan amendments that better align with the City Council's current priorities. Now, please note that there may be times when advisory bodies' recommendations will not be sustained or will be modified by the City Council. It's important to remember that it's not a rejection of the integrity of the recommendation, but is just part of the process of the community decision-making process. Next, we're going to be reviewing the work plan. So the City Council provides direction to staff through their priority setting process. City Council actions and directions ultimately lay the foundation for all the work expected to be accomplished in that particular period. Similarly, each advisory body is required to develop an annual work plan that supports those priorities set by the City Council. As for the work plan process, advisory bodies are to develop an annual work plan, which is the foundation for the work to be performed by that advisory body in support of the City Council priorities. Each body must approve the work plan by a majority vote, and the work plan must formally be presented to City Council for feedback and approval by September 30th of each year. Now, in light of the COVID-19 delay and the reactivation timeline of advisory body meetings, this year, the City Council received an information item with the status of each advisory body's work plan, which provided more time for the advisory body to bring the work plan to the City Council. And finally, there is a required quarterly report out, which is typically done by the chair. So to provide some clarity on the scope of authority, advisory bodies are not involved in the administration or operation of city departments. This means that members may not direct staff to initiate programs and may not conduct major studies or establish policies unless specified in their City Council approved work plan. So then what is the role of the staff liaison? They serve as the primary point of contact and resource for the advisory body. Their general tasks include providing a schedule of meetings, informing the advisory body on directions and priorities of the City Council, informing the advisory body of events, activities, policies, or programs occurring within the scope of the City Council approved work plan, ensuring that agenda items approved by the advisory body are brought forth in a timely manner, and of course, taking into consideration the City Council priorities and work plan, and finally, take action. So moving right along for the roles and responsibility of the chair. The chair is the presiding officer of the advisory body and is charged with preserving the order and decorum at meetings. The chair will facilitate the involvement of all members of the advisory body and at the same time allow for adequate public participation. The chair can limit members to the question under discussion and refrain the body from commenting or entering into conversations with speakers during public comments or public hearings until all speakers have been heard. So some tips on how to do that is to hold off on members' questions or comments until the public comment period has been closed, and then refrain from discussions between the public and members of the advisory body, whether they be verbal or written. In the absence of the chair, the vice chair shall act as the presiding officer. So in closing, the relationship of the advisory body members and staff is active, continuous, and nuanced. Both members and staff are motivated by the shared goal of furthering the city's best interests and assisting in achieving city council priorities. And again, at this time, I would like to thank you, and we can either continue with public comment, or if you have any clarifying questions, we can do that first.
I have one clarifying question, Judy.
Of course.
So you mentioned that this was approved in March of 2019.
Correct.
Is there any significance that a significant aspect that was altered, or did that, like, had a different version existed prior to that, or do you have any context to provide on that?
And yes, this procedure has been around for quite a few years. I do believe that the March 19th update was some formatting. I believe the inclusion of the advisory body's charges were added to this policy. And I think that there was more detail given kind of regarding how appointments are made, how people can apply, things like that. So the policy itself hasn't changed much over the years. It's just been kind of modified to fit the current time. I can also mention that the city council will have an information item coming up on either the October 27th or maybe November, first meeting in November, reviewing a menagerie of their policies, and it will include an update to this one. And again, the changes being made aren't very substantial. It's more, like I said, housekeeping.
Okay, thank you. Are there
I have a question. I reviewed the document that was sent to us, the commission's, committees, policies and procedures, roles and responsibilities. And under roles and responsibilities, where each commission has a list, what is listed under Environmental Quality Commission actually seems outdated. Can we propose a more updated list of roles and responsibilities that reflects our what we're currently doing?
And what is in the policy was what was approved by the city council. So if you wanted to change those roles and responsibilities, the item would have to be brought again to the city council for consideration and approval.
Okay.
And that's true for all of the advisory bodies across the board.
The only thing that strikes me, Judy, is I looked at that as well, and the only question I had was, I know that a few years ago the EQC redid its charter with the approval from city council, and that charter doesn't really map to these descriptions. So I didn't know if that would have like kind of automatically happened, or if we needed to bring that to somebody's attention. But it does seem like the charter that had been modified for the EQC is a little bit different than the description provided in this document.
Understood, and I can follow up with Sustainability Manager Rebecca Lucky and review that to see what the council approved most recently and compare that to what is in this policy. And if that is a change that needs to be made, it does not need to return to council. It can just be updated.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions before we take public comment on this item? Sorry for the squeaking. My dog's playing in the background. Okay, if not, then Ms. Lucky, do we have any public comments at this time?
So I don't, I see one, but just a reminder for attendees, who wish to provide public comment, after the chair will call for public comment. Just use your raised hand feature next to your name in the participant list, and I'll be able to unmute your microphone, and so you can give your public comment to the commission. And with that, I do have one public comment, Mr. Edmonds. I will unmute your microphone and give it a few seconds, and you should be able to speak. Thank you.
Mr. Edmonds, at least I don't hear anything at this time. I don't know if you were speaking, but I just wanted to make sure you knew we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I just unmuted my microphone, I think.
Perfect. Now we can hear you.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I wasn't expecting this topic to be discussed at this time, and to have another invitation to public comment. So, first of all, a question for Ms. Herron. Are there administrative guidelines which you have been quoting from in your slide presentation? They look rather similar to me to the only other administrative guidelines that I've encountered, which concern previous business of the EQC. And then secondly, as a comment on the rules that you just enunciated, I would like to say that the fact that there is a rule constraining and consisting of refraining from allowing discussion between commissioners and members of the public opens up a grave disadvantage, in my opinion. That is that since under present circumstances, the communication is only one way from the member of the public to the body which is in session, there is what I would call a vast opportunity for provision or offering of misinformation in the largest extent, and to a lesser extent biased or nuanced information, for which there is no opportunity for rebuttal. And so I would very strongly recommend to whoever is able to make such decisions that at least one opportunity for rebuttal of arguments advanced by any party, be it a member of the public or an advisor to an applicant in a presentation to the body in session, or in an appeal, for example, the three examples that occur to me, and that would very greatly improve the quality of the information that is available to the body in session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Ms. Herron, did you want to comment on that, just for also provide any clarity?
Yes, thank you, Chair Price. So through the chair, thank you for your comment, Mr. Edmonds. I will address the first question that you had regarding the presentation. All of that was taken from the policy, which is CC-19-0004. I do believe that is attached to the agenda. There's also a plethora of information in our commission handbook, which is available on our website. And sir, I do have your email, so if you would find that valuable, I will send you that in an email. Secondly, when it comes to the discussions between members of the commission and members of the public, this is not a city rule. This is a Brown Act law. It is true for city council, planning commission, and all of the advisory bodies. The commission is not allowed to engage in conversation with members of the public and regarding rebuttals from the public for comments maybe made by commissioners. There public is only allowed to use the public comment period for each item for that 3 minutes. So I do understand your concern regarding that, but again, it's not a city rule, it's a actual law, and it's across the board. You did also mention an appeal with the process with appeals. There is a rebuttal period for appeals during those processes. Typically, the applicant makes a presentation, the appellant makes a presentation, the applicant will then have a chance to rebut, and then again, the appellant to rebut the applicant. So for that process, there is an opportunity for a little bit more conversation. But when it comes to agendized items and public comment, it is limited to that 3 minutes. And actually, whether it's a commission or a council member, they can't reply directly to that comment unless they direct the staff to reply. So you can see here, you had asked me some questions, and Chair Price had directed me to respond. So that can happen, but the commission cannot directly respond to public comment. And again, that's not a Menlo Park rule, that's just a Brown Act law. So for future times, the chair can always direct staff to respond, but the commissioners themselves cannot respond to public. And I hope that addresses some of your questions. And like I said, I know you have my email, so if I can provide any further clarification, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Are there any other public comments on this item at this time? I'm going to take that as no, which
Thank
means
you, Chair Price. No, we
You're
don't have
welcome.
any more.
no problem, which means that we can move to this as a discussion item. So I don't know if there's any points of discussion or that the members of the EQC had at this time.
Tom, I think you just got to jump in, yeah, because she can't see you.
This is Tom Cabot. In reviewing the responsibilities as listed for the EQC and looking at the kind of the expanded efforts we're putting into addressing the climate problem, you know, like others, I'm noticing that the list probably needs to be adjusted and added to. And I'm wondering, is that an item we would agendize for a future meeting and take a look at adding to our proposed responsibilities and seeing if the council wants that, you know, that recommendation, and whether they would give the commission those additions.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabot. I think I would refer back to what Ms. Herron was saying a few minutes ago, but I believe the first thing we're going to do is check to make sure that this list is representative of the most recent version approved by City Council, because I know that the charter of the EQC was, and the mission was revised a few years ago, and it just looks significantly different than this list. And I don't know if that was maybe just an oversight of some kind. And then the second thing would be, if we did want to modify this list, we would actually have to defer to City Council for guidance, I believe, as what we learned. Yes, Commissioner Martin.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I reviewed those as well. And in fact, that is quite outdated. And it does reflect some things that we no longer do. So it's actually not only outdated, it's a bit inaccurate. We do not do the awards anymore. That's something we used to do. We could always reconsider that, but probably 3 years ago now or more, we took that off of our, we just took that out. So I do really welcome the opportunity to update that. It's very tree focused, and that used to be, in fact, be more the focus of the EQC. So it really is not reflecting our current status. So I think we should definitely take that up and get it a little bit more reflective of our current operations.
Yeah, and I think I'm pretty sure that the process for the EQC to revise that a few years ago was run through City Council, and so that's what I'm suggesting, is we just go back and make sure that what we were as our understanding of our current charter is matches this document, and right now there is a gap. I don't believe the gap is between what city council believes our charter is and what we believe our charter is. I believe it's just between this particular document and what our actual charter is. That's my understanding.
I would totally agree with that, which to me means we write down what we think city council thinks our charter is and what we think our charter is, and we just take it to them and say, we need to update this document. Does this fit with what you think we're doing? And they can modify it at that point if we've misunderstood today what we think the charter is. I guess I'm not understanding. Are you saying, Ryan, like we have to go to them and say procedurally, like, can you give us permission to come to you with a revised?
That's how I heard. If in fact we are not correct in that our charter, because our charter is actually stated every year when we give our work plan to city council, and so for the past several work plans, our charter is distinctly different from what is written here. And I think I learned the first time I saw it was when James and I first joined, and we were working with you, Deb, on the work plan like 3 years ago. So I know it's I know it's there. And what I'm saying is, but what I heard from Judy was that if for some reason city council had not directed us to change our charter at that time, they would need to direct us to adjust it before we could just put forward a different proposal for this document. But I could be wrong. So Judy, if you're still here, I don't know if you would feel comfortable clarifying this issue for us.
Thank you, Chair Price. So yeah, what I've been doing in the background here is seeing when the last update of this policy went before the 2019, and it looks like it was done in 2017. And
sorry, go ahead.
And in 2017, the roles and responsibility or the charges were not listed. So in 2019, when this was brought to the city council, this was the first time that I am seeing. And I can go back and check further updates to make sure that's the case. The policy that is attached to the agenda is the current charges that have been approved by city council as of 2019. Because in 2017, this was not added to the policy. This was included in the 2019 update.
Gotcha. And is it possible for us to draw also approved from the city council?
I'm so sorry, Chair Price. I wasn't unable to hear the first part of your question.
No problem. Just so that because of what you had just shared, I think we may be, as you said, less familiar with seeing the charter described in this document, the policy document. But every year we bring it forward, as you pointed out in your presentation, for approval on the work plan to city council. And so that is the document that I think we're most familiar seeing our charter in, and that is approved every year. So I don't know if we can take the language from that and apply it to this document.
Very great point, actually. Because yeah, the charter is approved with a work plan approval, then it would make sense to update the policy with that information. So if those roles, responsibility, and charges are clarified in an approved work plan, then yes, the policies should coincide with that. And that's again something that I can update without it going to city council because it's already been approved via the work plan. If that makes sense.
Although,
thank you.
Yes, since I've been on the EQC, we haven't discussed work plan for the EQC. So so that's a year and almost a year and a half. And I remember when I joined the EQC, I read the work plan and I thought, then I came to the meetings and I didn't think the two were all that connected. And so I'm wondering if even that document needs some sort of attention from somebody.
Yes, Judy.
Thank you, Chair Price. I think, respond to that, Commissioner Gaillard. So the EQC is currently working on a 2-year work plan. The annual date was just proposed in 2019. So the EQC was already working on a 2-year before that annual work plan update was required. And Rebecca, you can correct me if I'm wrong, this goes through 2021, your current work plan, is that correct? I'm seeing some heads nodding.
Yes.
So come the end of your current work plan, which is through 2021, you can propose a new work plan that better aligns with what the commission wants to do. Now, that is not to say you can't do anything now. You can always propose amendments to your work plan at that quarterly report out, which is typically done by the chair, and as Chair Price had mentioned, is coming up in the next couple of meetings for the city council. So if you have amendments to your work plan, that's the opportunity to do it, considering BEQC is in a 2-year work plan.
Yeah, and that's what we've been doing. So the last quarterly update, the priorities as stated were regarding the climate action plan and the urgency of climate change as an issue for the commission to address. And then secondarily, we were looking for clarification around and kind of flagging for city council that the urban canopy and the heritage tree appeal, at the time was taking up a significant amount of time for us. And we have obviously seen that shift as the process has improved with the task force that was assigned to help improve that system, partly to address maybe some of the misinformation issues that Mr. Edmonds was referring to. But so I do think this has been an evolving process, and we've repeatedly gone to council to look for approval and direction to continue to focus on climate change as our primary area of focus. So that, at least that's what I have in the notes from the past presentation to city council, which I think was about a year ago.
And just so I'm clear, Ms. Herron, if you're saying that the work plan is a 2-year work plan and it seemed to have been updated in like the beginning of January 2019, around there. I joined in May, I think, of 2019. It seems like it would run through the end of 2020 if it's a 2-year plan, no? If it started January 2019 instead of through the end of 2021.
Yes, unfortunately, I do not know the specific timelines of the EQC's work plan. I might have to defer to the sustainability manager, Rebecca Lucky, on that.
Yeah, so I just pulled up the staff report from April of 2019, and it is, let's see, Approve Environmental Quality Commission 2-year work plan for years 2019 to 2021. And so it does run through that period. And I think what we try to do is at the last 6 months, we take the time to go through the commission to look at how to change the work plan and recognize that it goes. I'm trying to recall all of that happened during that time. But I think it came toward the end of 2019, essentially. Because it took a while to get the work plan going. So it's almost like a 3-year process when you start to begin looking at the work plan. Although some of the commissioners on here, I know, were part of that work plan, so they may be able to have a better memory on that situation. But I did include the link to the report.
It seems like we would be, if it's a 6-month process to prepare, that would start about now if we're going to pass it in April of 2021, which would be 2 years from the last passing.
Commissioner Cabot, I also know you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I was just trying to look at the issue of when can we influence it again. So I've heard 2 things. One, Commissioner Gaylord just mentioned that one idea is to start the 6-month process now. And a different idea would be to try a, however quick it is, process of amending the existing work plan before it expires. So those compete with each other for priority. But one thing that's evolving along the time we've been doing this is the city's declared a climate emergency and then changed some of its strategies. And also just recently, the council noticed a large pool of interested volunteer citizens wanting to get engaged in the EQC activities and other ways of assisting the city with climate preservation activities. So I'm thinking we might want to include, when we look at our work plan or our duties, something about whether and how we might work with citizen volunteers who are not seated commissioners on making additional climate progress.
And that's also something that's come up from public comment as well. So I'll make sure that's included in the presentation, or at least that's on the discussion for the presentation we talk about later. But Commissioner Martin, I saw you raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about from a prioritization standpoint. I would so number one, the planning of that work, the sessions to do that work plan occur over several months and several takes up a lot of agenda item on our meeting. It's quite an elaborate process, and so I, for one, would vote for, since we're in the horizon of doing that whole thing over again, I would vote for or recommend that we spend our horsepower refining the language of the charter of our commission, and then influencing the document we just saw with current information, rather than trying to spend time and whatever the resources are in time and effort to amend. If it's super easy to amend it, great. We could, at worst case scenario, we could just amend it with what we have today because it's already passed, and then spend the time prioritizing on the future going forward. Because I just worry about, spending time and resources trying to amend what's there now and going through a lengthy process when we're just on the heels of doing that, a refresh. So that would be my recommendation, but others may feel different. It's just it's a long process, so.
Yeah, and I remember it was a long process. The other thing I would add is that if you look at what's currently approved, the focus is the climate action plan, the urban canopy preservation, which is part of our charter and has remained part of our charter, and the third is on green and sustainable development, which relates to reach codes and other activities. So we've been pretty focused on what we said we were going to do, and our focus continues in those areas. So I think we're staying true to the work plan, and the work plan largely still reflects what we're doing. And the language in the mission statement was the part I remember that is very different from the roles and responsibilities stated in the policy guide. This says we are charged primarily with advising City Council on matters involving environmental protection, environmental improvement, and sustainability. So climate action isn't specifically language that's used, but the other terms are, and that's obviously very different than what you see in the procedural, the policy document that we saw from the city clerk. So it seems to me like either way, we can update that language, at least currently, with something that has been approved by City Council, and then we can always look to change it in the future should we want to put different language in there. But this mission statement is aligned with the priorities as we stated them about a year ago. So that's the good news.
Can I, just to confirm, if the last two-year work plan was approved in April of 2019, I just want to confirm that I'm hearing correctly, then we would want to have another work plan update in April 2021. Am I understanding that correctly?
I would defer to Rebecca, but I remember literally this exact conversation happened last time because the dates are really confusing. So that I remember. I don't know if James or Tom remembers that, but I remember being new and being like, whoa.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Price and Gillard. So I think what I would probably need to do a little bit more analysis and probably work with the chair and the vice chair to figure out what the timing is on that. So that's probably what I would recommend at this point. Yeah, rather than trying to jog all of our memories and kind of all the numbers that go with that. But yeah, I think if there's an opportunity to do it, then yes, then that is something that we can work on for sure, as the commission as well.
I'll just say that my recollection is that the April timeframe, as long as I've been on the commission, is about the right. So Josie, you're about right, give or take. Like I can't say March, April, May, but it's usually in the spring. So that is accurate. But we can get back with the actuals.
And just procedurally, is it something that a subcommittee can, instead of spending a ton of commission, public time, that a subcommittee could work on and then come to the commission with the proposal? So not as much time is spent hashing it out
And I believe that's what happened last time as well. And so
That's
now that
typical.
I am, yes, clear on it. So I mean, the way it works is once it's approved in April, it takes the time to go to city council, right? So we're trying to work on it. And then it becomes effective essentially starting in 2022. And then those 2 years, and then you kind of start that cycle again. If I'm lining up the dates in my mind, right?
Yeah, I just want to state it is typical actually that the subcommittees, we do have subcommittees on our work plan, and it's hard to describe this because you haven't seen it, I guess. So just because when you cycled in, but all of this work is branched out to different subcommittees, and the subcommittees do meet offline and hash out the details, but then they bring it to the commission, and that's where all the subcommittees come together. And just because we like to really discuss these things at great length, it does take time in our commission meetings to kind of sew together all of the work that those subcommittees have done. So if that makes sense, that's sort of the process, and it'll become more clear when we get into it again, but that's typically how it works.
Thank you. I don't believe are we supposed to make a motion on this item, or we're just using this as an opportunity to have a discussion and ensure that we're aligned with the city's policy around the role and responsibilities of the commission?
So it's an informational, yeah, and to ask any clarifying questions you have, and then to, again, determine if there's further work that's needed that could be put on a future agenda item.
So I did have one question, it's not really a clarifying question, but one question. So one of the things that's come up is because as Commissioner Cabot indicated and others, there has been some kind of like public components or people asking us questions in the public about climate change and things like that. Is there any guidance for how to engage in those kinds of conversations and still be fulfilling the responsibilities and role of a commissioner? So for example, like if somebody were to ask you to speak or something like what are we supposed to say? What are we supposed to do? How do we make sure we're following the guidelines?
So Chair Price, if I may, the commission is more than welcome to speak with residents or members of the public offline, as long as there's no violation of the Brown Act between the advisory body. It's just during an open forum meeting that communication cannot happen. So the public is accessible to you. Most of you have your emails, some have phone numbers on our website. And again, if they ever reach out to staff and they need to speak to a commissioner, all the staff knows who you guys are and how to get a hold of you. So there are open lines of communication outside of actual agendized meetings.
Thank you. And what if there's because I know this hasn't happened frequently, but for example, we did face this where commissioners were asked for comments from the press. And so if there's any kind of press body and is that, somebody writing a blog post, or is that like a professional member of the press? But we've also had some questions or some interactions with the press. So I wanted to ask about any guidelines there as well.
So there is some information on that. It begins on the first page of the attached policy and trickles down into the second page about the relationship of city's council staff and media. As far as I know, as for advisory body members, and you must forgive me, I would have to probably look through this policy a little bit more
That's okay.
keenly, but let's see. So the commission members can only speak to the media as a member of, or not as a member of the advisory body. So for instance, Chair Price, you could speak on behalf of Ryan Price. You could not represent the EQC. And that's true from what I'm reading across the board for advisory bodies, including the Planning Commission and even city council members.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Those were the questions I had. I don't know if anyone else has any other questions for Judy at this time, or if we want to wrap up our dialogue here and move on to our next agenda item.
I just want to toss out one thing, Ryan, to the question you were asking about when a member of the public brings something up. In speaking with one member of the public who felt like maybe they had raised something a few times and the commission hadn't taken it up, and it turned out we had addressed it in a meeting maybe 6 months or a year before. I was wondering, is there a way to kind of handle that so that members of the public feel heard, and is it appropriate when something like that comes up in public comment for us to say, you know, to that member of the public, you know, feel free to reach out to me and I can tell you more about that offline, or we should, you know, maybe saying can we agendize that for the next meeting, or can we respond in that minimal way?
So if I may, Chair Price,
Feel
the
free.
commissioner can ask the staff to respond. So if it's something as simple as we have discussed this, it was on our October 21st meeting, you can direct the staff to respond to the public commenter. If it's something where you want maybe to speak with them offline, again, you would direct staff to connect you guys offline. You want to keep the communication completely separate from the public as well as members of the commission because of the Brown Act, and always direct things through staff. Now, I mean, you did bring up a good point where it's like we might have already discussed this at the October 21st meeting, and I don't think that would be a violation if you had said that to a public commenter opposed to asking Rebecca to do it. Something simple like that, I mean, we can call it a gray area, but it's always best to go through your staff liaison when responding to the public in an open forum.
And is one of the appropriate requests, could it be, I'd like to, I appreciate that member's question. Can we agendize that at a future meeting? Is that appropriate?
Yes, because advisory body members can, I believe on all of your agendas, there's a place for you to request agendized items, things to be added to the agenda. So at that point in the meeting, you could bring up, whatever public commenter had said and that you want to consider agendizing that at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments for Judy regarding this topic? I'm going to take that as a no. So that means we can wrap up this agenda item and move on to our next agenda item. And so just before we start, I just wanted to remind the commission. So something we had talked about in the past was giving ourselves the opportunity to hear from different members of the public, not necessarily in Menlo Park, but who have a focus, have an expertise in certain aspects of solutions to climate change, and inviting those individuals to come to our meetings to share more information about what they're working on. And so this is the meeting where we have done that with with 3 individuals who were recommended to us by you all. And so the first person I would like to introduce is from Revolve. And I believe this is Diego, and he is going to be talking to us about information helping cities transition to a more sustainable fleet. I'd also like to let commissioners know that I think both Vice Chair London and I learned a lot from this process. So this is the first time, and we really appreciate the patience of all of the presenters working through the requirements the city has and some of the constraints. And so we will look to do this again, hopefully in the future, and be able to make sure everybody's better informed at that time. But at this time, I would like to introduce Diego to everyone. And there's Diego, so welcome.
And just right quick, sorry, I just wanted to cut in and let you know that I'll be running the timer, and this is a 10-minute presentation. And just so we can allow time for all the presentations, we're gonna really stick to time.
Yep, this is our experiment. So thank you to everybody, and I will turn it over to Diego at this time.
Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and congratulate you, the city for all of its efforts to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. It was a really exciting announcement, and really excited to be here and talk through some of this vehicle electrification and see if it might make sense for the city to evaluate and pursue. So to start, I just wanted to acknowledge that electric vehicles and especially fleets are really complicated. So if at any point in time there's any questions, happy to answer them on the flow or circle back here. But at a high level at Revolve, we're looking to simplify the process. And so a lot of our learning, Scott and I both come from the solar background and learning how solar was able to evolve and transition and meet more customer needs without all of the upfront complexity and cost is really our inspiration here for the electric vehicles. And so at a high level, I just wanted to go through Revolve's kind of business model and how we're approaching the problem, and then relay that back and kind of bounce it off some of the city's identified needs and obstacles to electrify through the reports that were shared by Rebecca, which were super helpful. And then just finish off with a couple potential suggestions for you guys to look into further. Cool. So at a high level, like I mentioned, we're looking to simplify the electric vehicle process. I think what we've seen is that one, as you guys identified, it generally is extremely expensive upfront. The vehicles themselves can be, 2 to 3 times as expensive as a traditional gas car. And then on top of that, there's required investment for the infrastructure, the chargers, the installation, coordinating with the utility to do site upgrades to facilitate the chargers to be installed. And so when you add it all up, it can be really expensive, which is not dissimilar to solar, right? A lot of times there's more upfront cost for solar and generates savings over time, somewhere in the 7 to 10 year time frame. And so what we saw happen with solar was that a lot of companies, SunPower, Sunrun, et cetera, developed a PPA, which stands for a power purchase agreement. And effectively, instead of a homeowner having to invest $20,000 or $30,000 to go solar, they could effectively lease the solar energy back from the provider at, say, in California, it's somewhere around 16 cents per kilowatt hour. And that's upfront, zero cost, and cheaper than what they would have spent procuring power from PG&E. So PG&E for a homeowner, or PCE in your guys' case, is about 25 cents per kilowatt hour. And so the PPA kind of solved 2 problems at once. It made it so that you didn't have to invest any upfront capital, and you didn't expose yourself to any technology risks, since you're just leasing the solar energy effectively and not having to buy specific panels or worrying about which panels should you get or whether the panels are going to get better in the next couple of years, since you're just buying kilowatt hours, and kilowatt hours are kind of a commodity. So that's kind of some context on how we're approaching the problem. And we see it really similar to electric vehicles in the sense that they're more expensive and kind of complicated, right? Which vehicle do you get? Does it meet my use case? And so what we're trying to do is really develop something similar that we're calling a fleet procurement agreement or fleet purchase agreement, and really just understand what the fleet's use case is, whether it's a transit bus that drives 200 miles a day, and understanding what the use case is and how much weight the vehicle needs to carry and what the route looks like, and then comparing that with the dwell time and developing the whole solution. So we call it everything but the driver, in the sense that it's a turnkey solution, and the idea is that we provide not only the vehicle, but also the charging infrastructure, any site upgrades that would be necessary, the installation, and we provide that all in a single finance package similar to the PPA. So that's the high level idea. And then I just wanted to go through some of the comments here that you guys had highlighted as obstacles, and see if there's any overlap in terms of obstacles you guys are running into and some of the problems that we solve. So in terms of market availability, I saw you guys had noted that light duty vehicles are available, which is definitely the case. I understand you guys have some performance and safety needs which might not exist today, specifically for the, I think it was the police trucks that you guys had highlighted. But one thing I did want to bring to light is that medium duty vehicles also exist. I think you guys had it in the next 3 years, and you specifically cited, I think it was the Ford Transit, which is coming out. I just wanted to put it on your guys' radar that there are what are called upfitters, who basically work with the chassis, which is kind of like the frame of the car, and they then provide batteries on top of that and kind of provide the whole electric solution. So at Revolve, we're partnered with a couple of these guys. And so to the extent that medium duty is interesting, I saw that you guys had highlighted a couple, I think they were Ford E150s that were set to be replaced. That's something that we're happy to put you guys in touch and evaluate that further, or if the Revolve, independent of whether or not Revolve solution makes sense for you guys, we're happy to put you in touch to further explore. So that's the first thing. There's also a ZEDI tool that allows you to see all of the different available electric vehicles in the medium duty and heavy duty sectors. So I can follow up and send that in the link if that's helpful. And CalSTART puts that together, which is a resource to help fleets electrify. On the performance and safety, here you guys, it's a huge obstacle and something that we really work to understand with each fleet. I think it's really important to understand not only the use case, but also what each vehicle is designated for, so that you match the right vehicle to the right use case. The worst case would be you get an electric car and it can't do what you need it to do, whether it's hauling weight around or driving a specific route or needing to be charged in the middle of the day. So yeah, I guess that I'll just pause there for a second. Let me see what other notes I'd had. We talked about upfitters, performance. Oh, okay. I guess the beginning of the relationship with Revolve is to really understand the use case like we were talking about. So that includes everything from duty cycle, which is miles per day, dwell time, which is where the vehicle is parked, so that we can figure out what charger would be kind of best case, and also the payload capacity. So in any further exploration with the city, we'd be happy to walk through that in more detail. But it's really important for us to provide the right vehicle and match that to the right use case so that it meets what the existing gas car is doing today. And that process of matching the right vehicle to the right use case, like we just talked about, we work really closely with you guys to do a fleet and site assessment that allows us to build up a total cost of ownership. So it might be the case that you have a garbage truck and it's running, call it 100 miles a day and parked overnight where it can charge. We would work with you guys to understand what the operational characteristics are today and what the costs are associated with that, and then come back with a total cost of ownership, not only from a dollars and cents perspective, but also an environmental perspective. So let's say that the gas pickup truck or garbage truck costs you guys $10,000 a month between insurance, gas, the lease, or the loan. We would also quantify the environmental perspective. So that's CO2, NOx, SOx, particulate matter, and then present you guys with an electric offering that meets that use case. So going back to matching the existing route and dwell time and charger, our goal would be to present you a vehicle, charging, electricity, kind of the whole thing, everything but the driver like we talked about before, and try to bring it in at $10,000 a month or whatever the cost is of the gas car. So to match the cost or to provide a cheaper cost, ideally through incentives and everything, and quantify not only the financial cost, but also the environmental cost of the solution. So with an electric vehicle, it obviously provide savings on the particulates and the SOx, NOx, and CO2. So I saw that was cited in terms of staffing being tight, and I can empathize with that. That is something that we bring to the table in terms of the life cycle analysis and the environmental cost comparisons. I just wanted to highlight that for you guys. And then the last piece here, the lack of infrastructure, you guys had cited that as being the greatest barrier to adoption, specifically as it relates to refueling, so the chargers and getting those installed. I saw that at City Hall, you all have, I think it was 5 chargers installed, which is awesome. And enough to support about 14% of the fleet, which is cool. One thing that we do include is coordinating any utility site upgrades. So as part of that fixed monthly price, if we go back to the garbage truck example, we would include that in our fixed offering. So if we were to bring back a solution that's $10,000 a month, that would include any upfront work. We wouldn't charge you guys anything upfront. The fleet and site assessment, as well as any site upgrades, installation, chargers, electricity, the whole thing is bundled into that single price so that it allows you to compare apples to apples with what you're doing today. So to the extent that we can leverage our partner network, we work with Black & Veatch to do the site assessment and figure out what utility upgrades would need to be done and coordinate with the utility. That's all something that we include, and then we have the expertise either through our own staff or through partners who we work with, and that would be included in any quote that we present to you guys if we were to go down that path. So that's all I had. Mostly some background on our offering and how we've thought about it to really simplify fleet adoption and take care of a lot of the obstacles that we've seen fleets run into. So I'll open it up to you guys for questions if that's okay.
Thank you. So at this time, does anybody have clarifying questions for Diego before we open this item up to public comment? Yes.
What's typically the term of the PPA?
That's a great question. So a lot of the utilities in California, specifically like PG&E, they'll actually cover a decent amount of the site upgrade. So whether that's a new transformer or a new main panel to allow for sufficient power, they'll cover, depends on the utility, but I want to say it's roughly like 80%. So back to your question, we're thinking about it in terms of like a 7 to 10 year lease for the fleet, and that allows us enough time to kind of stretch out the cost so that it's on par or ideally cheaper than what you guys are paying today for the gas car. If we go much shorter than that, one, we run into issues with PG&E where they want to make sure that if they spend money up front and subsidize the site upgrades, that they want to make sure that you guys are progressing towards transitioning more of your fleet. So they don't want to spend a bunch of money doing upgrades and then see you guys only install 2 or 3 vehicles. So we're thinking 7 to 10 years. We're flexible there. Obviously, the shorter you go, the more expensive the solution is per month. But to allow sufficient time for us to stretch out the cost and provide the right performance, we're thinking roughly 7 to 10 years for the vehicles on the lease.
Josie.
And do you find that that it's a price per mile is what would be charged, correct? Is that how you price it?
Yeah, I think that's one way to think about it. I think we're still trying to figure out whether price per mile or fixed cost per month. Like, let's say, that your gas diesel truck for garbage cost you $10,000 a month. Whether you think about that in terms of like 50 cents per mile or $10,000 per month, we're kind of flexible. That would be part of the fleet and site analysis to kind of come up with the right framing there so that it's apples to apples.
And in doing the numbers that you're running, do you find that it's competitive or less than, more than? What's the diesel current
Yeah, great question. It really depends on the use case. I think with the right vehicles and the right use case, it can come in cheaper. It really is a function of how many miles per day you're driving. So if you're driving enough miles to generate operating savings, meaning that electricity is cheaper than diesel or gasoline, the maintenance is cheaper. So the more miles you can push through the vehicle, the more you can generate savings. The counterpoint to that is battery range isn't quite infinite, and so there's a kind of an inflection point where you're driving too many miles and suddenly you have to use DC fast chargers or charge in the middle of the day, which is expensive. So happy to go into more details. We see somewhere around 80 to 100 miles a day is kind of the sweet spot where you can come in cheaper than diesel operations because you're generating enough savings from electricity and O&M to provide a cheaper solution.
Yes, Josie.
And who owns the chargers at the end of it? Let's say it was a 7 or 10 year lease term. Who owns the chargers at the end?
That's my question.
Yeah, great question. So if it's a 7 or 10 year lease term, we would own it for the term of the lease. We would have buyout options if you guys wanted to get out of it early, or if you wanted to own the equipment at the end of the 7 to 10 year lease term, similar to the solar PPA, which offers you kind of an out throughout the process to buy the equipment out. Alternatively, I think depending on what the useful life is, we would cover any replacements. And so, let's say at year 4, you guys decided that you wanted a new vehicle or something, that's also an option we could explore too and cover that through the lease.
I guess I meant though, at the end of 10 years, like would it be fully paid for the charger? And so then the city would own the charger.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a good question. I'll have to follow up. My understanding is similar to solar, like at the end of the lease term that we would come back and get any equipment unless you guys wanted to kind of renew.
Deb?
Crazy.
Yeah, just a quick question. I might have missed this earlier, but where is this being, do you have any other cities that are utilizing your services? And if so, how's that going?
No cities yet. We're looking for pilots at this point in time. We're looking to deploy 2 to 4 pilots next year of 2 to 4 vehicles. And the thought there is really to just ease into it. So to prove it out as a proof of concept, the worst case would be you go full fleet and obviously there would be hiccups there. So we're looking to start with kind of the lowest hanging fruits, 2 to 4 vehicles with 2 to 4 different pilot customers next year. And timing wise, looking for something later this year. There's an incentive program called HVIP or HVIP, which opens up sometime in Q4 and provides funding for about, depending on which vehicle class it is, on the order of about $50,000 per vehicle, which really helps with the business case to bring in the total cost of ownership on par or ideally lower than what you guys are paying today for the gas cars.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Are there other clarifying questions before we open it up to public comment? Okay. Ms. Lucky, do we have public comment on this agenda item at this time?
Thank you, Chair Price. Let me take a look here. And just as a reminder for those who are in attendance, The chair has called for public comment. If you wish to speak on this item, please engage the raised hand feature that is next to your name. I will then be able to open your microphone and you can provide public comment. Let me just check here. I do have one public comment, Mr. Peter Edmonds. Okay, Mr. Edmonds, I have unmuted your microphone. You should be able to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is very interesting. First, I have two comments. First of all, with regard to solar panels on housetops associated with the property, I have read an article that describes extreme complications that a homeowner ran into in a personal case. That was where the homeowner wished to sell the house before the end of the lease of the solar panels. And it was pretty complicated, according to the author, to transfer the rights and obligations to the buyer. Secondly, I have personal experience of transferring the lease on an electric vehicle where the owner died 6 months before the end of the term. I took over that lease and decided at the end of the time that my best option was to turn in the vehicle, because the options were one, to pay the, in this case, an auto dealership leasing company, $33,000 in order to purchase the vehicle, or secondly, accept a $300 credit on a new lease for 3 years of a new vehicle of the same make. And the third, which I've forgotten at the moment. Well, the third was to turn the vehicle in, yes, of course. And also, in addition, there was a problem that I did not know until 1 month before the end of the lease and the time of turning the vehicle in, that the original owner had insured against damage to the wheels of the vehicle and other vulnerable parts. The wheels in particular were damaged by scraping against curbs. And there was a condition in the lease that unless that insurance was transferred to the new lessee within the term of the lease, it would become null and void.
Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes for comment is up, and we're actually talking about fleets. We're not talking about private vehicles. So you may want to save these comments for if we're talking about private vehicles, but the comment period is over. Is there any final words you wanted to say?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no other public comments, Chair Price. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Well, now we can open the item up for discussion by the EQC, and thank you again to Janelle for keeping time for the presentation. We also had come up with a theoretical timeline for the Q&A, like kind of discussion time. So I don't know, Janelle, if you want to remind us all of what, or at least remind me of what we had set as a time frame. I think you're on mute.
We had 15 minutes. I think we've taken about 5 of that so far.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Cabot.
Yes, I was wondering if the fleet manager has been looking at proposals like this yet, and what the role of the UAC might be.
It sounds like that might be a question for, yeah, there's Rebecca.
Thank you, Commissioner Cabot. So again, we have not engaged the fleet manager. They are looking at various options. And the climate action plan implementation is to eliminate fossil fuel use as we near the end of a certain asset's lifespan or a building's appliance at this point. And we have delayed the purchase of vehicles to wait for newer technology in the EV market to come out. And so that's a decision that's been made at this time, but I do know the fleet manager is attending various regional meetings with the city of Fremont to just gain greater knowledge on where the market is and what different options are.
So I'm not really seeing exactly a role for the EQC in this, but it does look like there's definitely an interesting concept proposed, and one of those devils in the details, particularly in the issues around end of lease period and the options that are typically included in a PPA that can be onerous. And so hopefully they'll be looking at those to see how they want to live with those and compare that to the options of moving forward with owned vehicles. But this does look like an interesting way to deal with cash flow management, particularly at the start.
I agree. I agree. Thank you, Commissioner Cabot. And it also sounds like in terms of the vehicles that have been delayed in purchase and the planning of the climate action plan, is there any alignment on timeline there that could help us understand what, if the EQC was hoping to explore anything like this, what that timeline might look like? Rebecca, do you know? Because I know there were a couple of vehicles that were delayed or that we were considering, and I just wanted to get an understanding of that timeline for this conversation.
So I don't particular timeline on this. Again, the council's direction for this year is to apply ending fossil fuel use as assets are no longer working, or we need to obtain some because of their age. And so I think there would need to be further direction from city council on that, and figuring out the resources and the timing of it as well.
Go ahead, Josie.
Yeah, so first I want to say, Diego, thank you for presenting. Super interesting concept. And I think for a city that's struggling, you know, we had huge budget cuts, right? And so we don't necessarily have the cash sitting around to make big investments in this, even though we do believe it's a priority. So I guess the way I'm thinking about this, and again, to Tom's point, to Commissioner Cabot's point, I'm not sure like exactly, I don't think there's an obvious role for the EQC, but it's good for us all to come up to speed on the options so that when we're in conversation with council members, et cetera, we can be knowledgeable. So I appreciate knowing about this option. I think the big question is, as a city, do we foresee having an extensive EV fleet at some point? And so do we just bite the bullet and start investing in it ourselves, even in a small way? Or do we take sort of what would be an easier path now, but potentially a harder path later, which is to lease as you're describing. So I think that's a trade-off, and it may be something where in my own mind, and again, I'm not the decision maker on this, but maybe the city might want to think about doing a little bit of one and a little bit of the other, and then sort of learn as we go. It does seem like the police vehicles are a key kind of need. And I I wasn't clear from you whether that's something you guys are sort of on top of and have an offering already, or will, or anticipate, like timeline wise, since that seems to be one of the bigger needs on our side.
Yeah, definitely appreciate the commentary. Eventually, we plan to cover all vehicles, so passenger cars, including the police cars, like you highlighted. I think for starters, we're focusing on medium duty, so specifically like class 3, 4, 5 transit style vans or sprinter vans, which you guys are all probably familiar with. I think we've seen that that's where the economics are the most compelling in terms of the utilization and being able to recoup a lot of the costs with the incentives. That being said, we're open to passenger vehicles to the extent that it makes sense from a cash flow perspective. Obviously, the incentive amounts are a little bit smaller, but to the extent that it makes sense for you guys, we'd be happy to take a look at it and explore that.
And
Great.
thank you. That's really helpful. And then I guess the other question I would have is this, Rebecca, just going back to the direction we were given by council and looking ahead in our agenda this evening, is this something that we would want to flag in that agenda too, knowing that we've put off making purchases and that was the direction, and knowing that we also want to continue to minimize greenhouse gas emissions, and so looking for clarification from council of any recommendations they might look for from the EQC on to address that in the future, or if they still want to kind of wait and not make investments at this time.
Yeah, so I think, again, it probably can come up when we are looking at purchasing vehicles again and having that capital expenditure be spent. And then at that time, maybe there is an ability for staff resources to look at it more holistically, again, when we're ready to make the purchase, or if there is a kind of, maybe a few months in advance from what I know. Again, they're not going to plan on it this fiscal year. So maybe it's kind of coming back around to it, like in May, the May timeframe, like when they're talking about the budget and what things are going to come forward. That might be a really good time to not only talk about, the ones we're going to replace, maybe looking at it more holistically as to what other options are available to transition all of the vehicles.
Yep. Okay. So maybe we can bucket this as something we want to bring back to the agenda along that time horizon, because I think what we talked about when we talk about as a commission, what I've heard of when we talk about kind of guidance from council and addressing the climate action plan, we know that we want to be on pace with the decisions that are being made at council, if not slightly ahead, so that we can make sure that we're representing the climate action plan on issues like fleet procurement, things like that. So I think it'd be awesome if we could set aside to make sure we just touch on this in potentially like May, like you said, as we look to the next fiscal year and council's work plan, if we are going to be making any fleet purchases, and we are able to revisit the topic at that time and look at the total cost of ownership to the city and also the climate impact from reducing greenhouse gas dependent fleet vehicles.
And tell me, Ryan and Rebecca, if I'm understanding this correctly, it seems like the gating item here is that, Rebecca, it sounds like if staff is going to look at this, they want to compare it to owning the vehicle outright. And so to do that analysis, we need staff bandwidth. Because the other way to think about it, which I was sort of initially thinking, was like, well, this is easier, right? Like you just have these guys, negotiate a lease, but then have them do all of the work. And then we actually, 6 months from now, we could potentially have, say, 2 Sprinter vans in the fleet and be sort of testing out, what does this lease model look like? But Rebecca, it sounds to me like you're saying no one would want to even sign a lease before we sit down and run the numbers for owning it versus the lease option, and then decide the lease option is the better way to go. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I can't speak for Public Works on what with the entire plan is, besides what, again, we've negotiated in the climate action plan of what their ability is to do this fiscal year. And so that would really need to be a conversation with the Public Works director. And again, you know, it does take a certain level of staff resources and high level management to bring together to make something like this work. It's something the city has never done before. And so therefore, you know, it doesn't just take the fleet manager, it also takes an analyst behind it to look at the various options. It also takes our city attorney to look at it as well. And as you know, a lot of those resources are being used for other CAP action items. And so it's just trying to figure out, you know, where we could sync up where we're going to already be purchasing, and also looking how to expand that as the city. But I see your point too, as to can we get something on board sooner? And I think, again, you know, what was negotiated for the cap of what we could do this fiscal year is right now where we're at, and then we would need to really get another direction from council and additional resourcing to meet those demands.
Just one thing I want to throw out is I think the city does have PPAs for its solar. Okay.
We do.
Because you were saying that we've never done this before, and I totally believe we've never done this before for vehicles, but we have signed a lease for assets kind of in a similar way for solar. So that would be, that might make the learning curve shorter in terms of looking at a deal like this.
Right, but I mean, even with the PPA that we're looking at with the microgrid for the community center is taking, you know, each agreement is different, and it's got different kinds of stipulations. And I wouldn't, I'd probably be cautious about stretching it just because we've done one. I mean, they're all each unique. We have a new city attorney. We've got a new engineering manager. The people that I worked with before doing the solar PPA are not, I'm the only one who's has been more familiar with it. And even then it's very complex. So I think it still would take a lot of resources to look at it. It's a great option. I think those are really great tools that Diego has presented. But we do need to take the time to really vet it and understand what that means, and particularly for fleets, because that would be a new area that we haven't participated in before. So yeah.
It also, the other thing that strikes me, and maybe I'm totally off, is that it sounds like the direction council provided to date on fleets and the fleet in general was to defer the investigation and purchase for this fiscal year. So that's why I was suggesting revisiting in May, only because they've kind of said, okay, let's table that for this year. And there may be other factors not related to our sort of topics. But I think it does, I mean, obviously the city is going to need to rebuild a fleet at some time. And I want to make sure we're prepared for that time so that we can address our goals and the goals outlined in the cap at that time. And what I hear you saying, Josie, too, is like, how do we make sure we're ahead of it so that's not like they're already down the pike of deciding they're going to buy something and have it be, you know, and have a case as to why it can't be sustainable or whatever the case may be. And it sounds like what Rebecca, what you're on top of is knowing exactly, like, are they working on this or are they not working on it? And right now they're not working on it. So maybe unless we hear otherwise, we can feel confident that we'll be ahead of the game if we revisit this topic in May. Does that sound right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Chair Price, are you asking?
I don't know. I'm asking you. Okay. I'm asking Josie, anybody.
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I think that's a good timing. It's, you know, I mean, our fleet manager is aware, everyone is on board with transitioning the fleet. It's just a matter, again, of dedicating the time and the resources to really look at that and figure out where we are in that stage of spending the capital to invest in it.
Do we know anything about how don't we have an electric fire truck now?
I don't think so.
We don't. Okay.
Council did not approve that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We considered it, but we didn't do it.
I think it's through the fire district, right? District. Yeah, it's not, the council was supportive of it, but ultimately the fire district was not able to secure the decision to make the purchases.
Okay. Tom.
So to me, it seems like the tactical timing issue on making a decision like a power purchase, or excuse me, a lease or what is it, a mobility lease agreement like this would be when the fleet manager and staff there are having a staffing constraint, because this takes a staffing constraint away, I think, in that a third party ends up managing vehicle maintenance if that's part of the lease. And so, if because of COVID budget, there's a need to downsize in fleet management, this is a potential opportunity there. And so they need to look at their personnel issues about how big a fleet operation they want to staff.
Rebecca, you may not be able to answer this right now, but it seems to me having, who is the fleet manager? I don't even know.
It's Don Weber and Brian Henry as well. They oversee the fleets.
I was just wondering, you don't have to answer, but what was going through my mind was, would it be appropriate for Diego to just present for 10 minutes as he did to us, to them, so that at that time when, because we may not know when they pivot to be thinking about this, maybe it's May, but maybe it's 4 months before May, as they're trying to think budgets, as they pivot to think about this, that this is at least a seed planted in their minds. And again, you don't have to answer, and I want to put you on the spot, Rebecca, but that's that was going through my mind.
Yeah, I think an invite to either one of those staffers is good. We do want to be careful of conflict of interest. I mean, for such, especially if we're entering into a PPA, we typically have an RFP process that goes along with that, and making sure that the city doesn't appear to be leaning toward one preference, unless the company is the only company that does it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that kind of makes it a different kind of scenario. But I think from a staff perspective, we're a little bit more mindful. We're open to getting information and having like a general conversation. And
that's the way I would see this, is like totally general education, because maybe it's well known that this is a way to acquire a fleet, but it seems to me it's a little bit novel. So just for the staff to have this idea that, oh, this is even possible, not even specific to Revolve, but just this concept, seems to me it might be worth 10 minutes of their time to learn about it.
And Janelle?
I'll just say that I work with the fleet managers and Rebecca quite a bit. And as I come across cool stuff like this, I just pass it on to Rebecca and she passes it on to the fleet managers. So they're really on it. They're awesome people if you haven't met them. And they're, our current sustainability plan requires them to cut gasoline consumption from the city fleet 5% a year from a 2018 baseline. So they're on it. They're super receptive to electrifying the city fleet. And they're really just doing an awesome job. So anyway, I think it's, this is one of very many cool things that are coming up in the way of fleets. So I don't know if it makes sense to just follow that same process of, if you come across something, or with Revolve, we can pass it to Rebecca, she can pass it to them. They can incorporate it into their very broad knowledge. And, they've been attending conferences and webinars, and they are on it.
It's great to hear. That's very exciting. Thank you. Is there any other discussion we want to have with Diego while he's here? I know I agree with Josie. I mean, thank you so much, Diego. This was the first time we've had the opportunity to do something like this. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your time. And like Janelle said, she's in communication quite often with the fleet managers, so that I'm sure that this information will get passed to them. And also, you can tell it's top of mind for us to think about how we can help support the city's goals of electrification for the fleet. And it's always best to look at multiple different options. And so we really appreciate you helping us learn about these new options that Revolve is working on. And thank you for joining us.
Definitely, yeah, I appreciate the time. And one other thing I just wanted to mention, and whether you
Sure.
guys,
Oops,
I'm sorry. I accidentally, sorry, Diego. Hold on.
sorry, Diego, hold on.
There you
We
go.
accidentally removed you by accident.
I just wanted
So
to,
go-
highlight, if you guys are able to hear me, there
we
are
can hear you.
of incentive programs that require scrappage. So to the extent that you guys are getting or have vehicles that are retiring, I saw a couple of the E150s, the Public Works custodial van and the community service van that you guys are either deferring or retiring. The incentive network available for that through the VW diesel settlement. A lot of fleets aren't willing to retire the vehicle. They like to keep it as a backup or just keep it around and keep using it. So to the extent that you guys do have vehicles that you're considering retiring and or scrapping, there's a lot of incentive availability for that through the Carl Moyo program. And I'm happy to follow up and send you guys an email that points you that way.
Thank you. I'm
That
sure
would be
we
great.
yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And please
And thank you
consider
again for your
first,
time.
yeah, definitely. Whether it's with us or not, we're happy to, we're super supportive of fleets going electric. And so we're happy to be a resource.
Yeah, and thank you. We are excited to go electric, so I know that. But yeah, thank you so much, and have a wonderful evening. I know now we are moving on to our next topic. So now we have our second presentation, and this is an informal presentation from Yellowton, who Vishwa had given a public comment a few meetings ago, and we were interested to hear more about the cloud-based platform Yellowton and how it's used to educate and empower people to make informed decisions regarding building electrification. So I would like to welcome, I think Vishwa from Yellowton and perhaps another member of the team, I'm not sure.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, hi, this is Vishwas and Paul.
Hi. Oh,
Paul.
hi, Paul. Thank you.
Hi,
for
how are you doing?
Good.
Thank you for allowing us to chat.
Of course. And they're going to be joining us just via voice feed because they were having some bandwidth issues with the video feed. So we all are very familiar with Zoom issues at this time since we've all been living lives via video chat. So we totally understand, and we're looking forward to your presentation. So I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, Ryan, how is the presentation? Will you be presenting the deck? And
No, I don't have the ability to do that. I think that would come from the city staff.
So Rebecca, would you be sharing it?
Hi, Vishwas. I didn't receive the presentation. Were you able to send it via email?
Yeah, I sent it this morning and you guys replied the thank you, right? Confirming you got it.
I think I replied.
I see it. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I've got a lot of emails.
Totally okay. So
Yep.
we'll,
Just give me a second.
yeah, while Rebecca gets that set up, do you think you guys could just start sharing a little bit of information about Yellowton, and then I'm sure she'll have the presentation up shortly?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, hello everyone. This is Vishwas. I'm the founder of Yellowton, and Paul is our solutions architect. And thanks for the opportunity to present here. Yellowton is a cloud-based platform, and our focus is to accelerate residential electrification by really inspiring every homeowner to take action. And our customers are really businesses and government, but the users of the platform are end consumers and residents. Can you go to the next slide? Our goal is to educate and empower residents on their energy choices by really making data actionable so that residents can make informed decisions confidently, and they can really realize dollar and carbon savings. Our portfolio of energy choices includes EVs, heat pumps, and several other technologies, and I'll get to those the details later in the presentation. The platform really encourages interactive learning and is designed to really drive cost effectiveness through bundling of different technologies, along with an integrated carbon reduction approach. we started working with solar installers when we got into the business to enable them to educate homeowners who are looking to go solar. And since then, we have broadened out into electrification and currently are working in contract with Sonoma Clean Power and going into contract with City of Mountain View, and also going into contract with the Fortune 500 tech company in Mountain View for an employee-based engagement benefit. I'm not going to talk through all these points, but as I mentioned, the focus is personalized information, so consumers really feel confident and they can then take action. One of the key things of the platform is to also have longer term engagement, so that if there is a change, for example, in the energy usage, or let's say the city is introducing an induction cooktop donor program, or there's a new incentive by the local CCA, those are notifications a consumer who's probably interested in a specific technology needs to know. And so they're always, that is the kind of background and advisory that we provide through the platform. What I'll do next is we can go to the next slide and I'll kind of walk you through a quick demo of how the platform would work. And I just kind of mocked this up in terms of Menlo Park. So if Menlo Park City is our customer, we would have a call to action button, which would reside on your website. And typically the button could be called, explore clean energy savings, explore your electrification. And that button really becomes the gateway to the Menlo Park, which is powered by Yellowton. And we can go to the next slide, but that's the first step the consumer would come to. This piece of getting the consumers to know, residents to know that such a solution exists, and the marketing of that is typically would be done by the city marketing department. So we have an onboarding process, a simple 3-step process, as you can see on the left. Typically the colors and the logos all will be customized to our customers. So in this case, just made up City of Menlo Park. The resident would let us know if they're a single family homeowner or townhome, or they're renting an apartment in the building type. And then they would provide basic information in the My Info. And then we get to the next screen, which is the energy choices. If you can go to the next one. So this step is really there to help plant a seed for residents to understand, hey, maybe I got solar recently, or I've heard about electric cars, or I've heard about induction cooktops or heat pumps, and to encourage them to show their interest in any of these choices. All of this is optional. So we kind of focus on 3 sections. The solar and battery is one key section. Personal transportation, today we have EVs, but we'll be adding e-bikes soon. And then it's the home appliances, which is really the heat pumps, heat pump water heater, air source heat pump dryer, and induction cooking. Now, as an example, if the consumer went into double-clicked on, let's say, the electric vehicle module, they will then be asked questions such as if they already have an EV or they're interested in buying one. And then based on if they're interested in buying one, they could potentially choose from a list of cars. They can filter by driving range, all electric or plug-in hybrid, and then let us know their percentage of charging and annual miles. So they can provide that kind of information for any of the energy choices that they choose to. And then once they finish this process, they get to the final step, and we can jump to the next screen. We call this the energy info step. So here we are an authorized vendor of PG&E. The resident can choose to authorize their data so that we can provide personalized analysis and very accurate analysis. But if for some reason they don't have their login credentials handy, they can choose the manual estimate, where they can really provide a monthly electricity bill number, and then they can when they get to the dashboard, they can then authorize sharing of their data. So this is the last step of the onboarding process. Once they're done with this, they complete it, they get a thank you screen, and then they get a welcome email from the City of Menlo Park welcoming them with login details to log into their personalized dashboard. So we could go to the next screen. So when a consumer logs in, this is a dashboard view. And the way this is set up is, you can see on the left, there is next to the savings overview, it's probably hard to read, but there's a dollar in carbon, and there's a your selection section and the recommendations. So the selection section is something that the user or the resident said they are interested in getting as they onboarded. And the savings overview provides a dollar savings for those selections. And it can be seen from a time frame of 1 year, 1 month, or long-term 20-year view. And they can easily toggle to a carbon view, and then they can see all the data update in terms of emissions. The donut on the left top provides basically a graphical view of the 4 cards color-coded in the selections. Now, the platform, again, is designed to be interactive. So a user can say, hey, I would like to understand what will happen if I choose to add a air source heat pump. And as soon as they do that from the recommendations, that then becomes a part of the selections, the energy savings, dollar, carbon, donut, all that data now adds on to a new component, which is from the air source heat pump. The solar system is increased, is upsized to account for a bigger system to power the air source heat pump kilowatt hour needs. So, and similarly, they can remove, they can add, and so they can start interacting and see, you know, what they can really do in terms of these energy choices for the home and transportation. Now, as part of the platform with Sonoma Clean Power, we are basically doing a demand response approach where they have a simple grid savvy demand response program, so customers can see, hey, if I signed up for the demand response, what it really does, or if the CCA offers, let's say, 100% carbon free, what, you know, you can basically see what will happen if I subscribe to it. In the case of SVC, I think by default it is 100% carbon free, so it wouldn't matter. So we support the demand response. Then I said e-bikes, and then there is the whole measurement and verification approach where consumers can see, I mean, the city can understand residents who came in today and after 6 months, after 1 year, how the carbon emissions has changed, how their electricity usage has increased or decreased, so they can get a good sense of that. We can also just go to the next screen. This is a deep dive of how the EV screen looks when you dive in. So each of the technology modules, when you do a deep dive, it'll provide you the cost, it'll provide you the incentives that apply to you, including, you know, everything from this local CCA, if Baron is offering something, if PG&E is offering something, and then it'll provide the energy savings, and it'll account for the fact that if your current appliance, for example, if it's a heat pump, if you have a natural gas-based water heater or an electric water heater, will account for that and provide you all the energy savings. So users can get to those details. They can look at, you know, more of, you know, what is the recommended heat pump water heater, what is the amperage I need, so on and so forth. And as part of the whole platform, we're also adding a roadmap where people can start planning based on, let's say, I want to build an electrification plan for the next 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. And maybe my focus is carbon or dollar, or maybe it's dollars. And maybe I want to minimize my upfront payment. So based on all those different inputs, we will provide a personalized plan, which will tell them, hey, in 2021, do this, in 2022, do this. So it really helps them to act onto a plan. And then final, you know, notes is, you know, if you go back to the previous screen, you will see a request code button if you can go back. And so if the city chooses to have vendors, there is a marketplace option. The cool thing about that is all the data can be seamlessly transmitted to the vendor, so that from a shopping perspective, it's just one click, and all the data goes to a vendor. And then from a vendor perspective, the whole customer acquisition process is very simple. Again, this is optional because I do understand that cities have some, you know, limitations on if they can have vendors or no. And then last part here is the whole data analytics piece. So as an analytics company, all the data that comes from the interaction will become part of analytics for, let's say, the sustainability manager of a city to understand strategic planning, budget allocation, outreach, marketing, so that they can say, hey, we want to target users who have shown induction cooktop, for example, and we're now coming up with a webinar for induction cooktop. So instead of just doing a blast to everyone, being more strategic about whom to target is really a part of that data analytics and marketing approach behind the scenes. So that kind of is the I guess the overview of the platform. Yeah. So open up for questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have any clarifying questions before we open it up to public comment? I'm going to take that as a no. So, Ms. Lucky, do we have any public comments on this item at this time?
Thank you, Chair Price. So a reminder for those who are in attendance, if you wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand at this time and I will be able to unmute your microphone and you can make your public comment for 3 minutes to the Environmental Quality Commission. And with that, I do have one public comment from Mr. Peter Edmonds. I have unmuted your microphone, Mr. Edmonds. You should be able to provide your public comment at this time. Thank you.
Thank you again. I'm sorry, Commissioners, that I'm taking up so much of your time with a comment on every topic, but this one concerns me, and for this reason. I'm a skeptical consumer, and what I heard in the presentation would be great, provided we all make the assumption that this presenter, this company, is totally trustworthy. I have no reason to think otherwise, but one, as a consumer in the public domain, everyone, I think, should be careful and skeptical. So, first of all, I heard no mention of a fee that the customer would be paying to Yellow Tin for simply inquiring, and I assume that we're talking about a free service, and that immediately raises the question of where is the revenue source for Yellow Tin, and normally, as I understand it, in technologically dominated world, the revenue comes from selling information. And I noticed that the second page of that the prospective inquirer would encounter would be where Yellow Tin collects the personal information. And on the fifth page, there was the option to select a service. And at that point, the data collected would be passed on to a vendor. So we are having here to pay attention to the terms of service and the privacy policies of Yellow Tin itself, for a start, which were not mentioned, and of the vendor of any service that a customer chooses to select just in order to get information. Of course, it's the consumer here who is desirous of the information. And as such a consumer, I am not eager to provide a lot of vendors with my information when I have no control of what they would be doing with it afterwards. So those are my concerns.
Yeah, Vishwas, do you want to cover that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sorry. The chair can direct if she would like you to respond to the public comment.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. And I know it's confusing. The city has a number of policies on how these meetings run, so no need to jump in. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds, for your public comment. I think that at this time, we can ask these questions, we can address them, but at this time, I don't think we're committing the city of Menlo Park to anything at this time. We're just interested in understanding technologies that exist to help members of our community be very educated on choices that they have that they could make to support the use of more carbon-free technologies in their home and in their lifestyles. But your comments about personal information as well as the questions around the revenue model for Yellowton are well founded. So thank you. In terms of the commissioners, did anybody have any questions or want to? Yes, Mr. Cabot.
Just as a matter of full disclosure, I have no financial connection to Yellowton or to the next presentation, but in both cases, I've been an advisor to both projects, helping them on technical matters primarily, and looking at developing the algorithms to help them sort through things. And I do see merits in these kinds of things for helping consumers start to figure out how to make a plan for how to electrify their homes. And I'm wondering if one of the options that might be available out of Yellowton might be something without a vendor connection that they would offer to cities, and then a way for customers who get interested in going further to go to some other place outside the city to a site that helps them with that aspect of shopping. So an exploratory stage that the city may participate in, and a commerce stage beyond the city.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Yeah, probably I didn't make it clear, Tom. Yeah, so it's totally optional. So for example, in the case of Sonoma Clean Power, it is their own vendors. It's if you don't want to have the marketplace, that can be turned off. It's just an option. So yeah, it's totally the customer's desire to have it or not.
Josie?
Yeah, so I had the same question as Mr. Emmons about the revenue model, and I should have asked it in the clarifying question section, but it didn't quite make it into my mind. So yeah, I'm assuming, well, who is your customer, and how, what are the fee schedule?
Yeah, so our customers could be a CCA, could be a city, could be a utility, any of those. So in this example, in this case, it would be City of Menlo Park would be our customer. We are a software as a service revenue model. So we charge a subscription fee to host the service. And so the fee depend on the size. For example, this is public. So for City of Mountain View, I think they have about 80,000 residents. It's about $30,000 a year.
And is there a reason why you would work directly with a city and not necessarily with a different kind of agency, like for example, Peninsula Clean Energy?
Oh no, we would work with both.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as Vishwas mentioned, we are working right now with Sonoma Clean Power, which is a sister type of organization to PCE.
Yep, absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
Deb. Oh, sorry, Josie. Go ahead,
No,
Deb.
okay. Go ahead, Deb.
Oh, Deb, you're frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, am I?
You're back now. You're back now.
Okay. Yeah, just along the lines of the subscription. So do you look at the city population then to derive your fee? Or I don't have a really clear idea if there's some kind of calculation to like the amount of citizens that would use something like that. I imagine it would be like maybe even a smaller percentage in the beginning. So do you, if let's say a city is 100,000 citizens, is it possible for a city to say, well, I think we're going to pilot this and maybe allow 5,000 people on it. So your subscription would be more based on a smaller population, and whoever can sign up and does it, great. And, when it's the slots are filled, they're filled. Or do you do it kind of more like, here's your population and here's our fee?
Yeah, and the idea would be more the former. So it would be like, the subscription fee, it's not just one fee, it has different layers. So there would be a base fee, then there would be, it would come with a certain number of users. And if you hit that cap, then a per user fee kicks in.
Okay, so it's not based on the city population, it's based on a user population that you would define as.
No, the base fee would be based on the city population.
So it's assuming the base fee is saying that all members of the city would participate, essentially, or all households in this, or all dwellings would participate. But then if it went beyond that, that's when you would look at a per user fee on top of that. Is that correct?
No, so for example, let's say, for example, city of San Jose signs up. Their population is probably, let's say San Francisco is 1 million, right? So for example, in that case, there is support activity when users come in. So we have to, our base fee may say, okay, hey, it's X dollars for, I'm just making this up, 20,000 users. And then once 20,000 users are done, then we'll charge, let's say $10 per user. I'm making all these numbers up. But that base fee cannot be the same for all cities, because if you have a big city, we have more support activity to do.
Rebecca, do we know, so I have two questions. One, sorry, for the Yellowton team, is one of the things we've seen is when we were working on the reach codes, for example, for the city, people were really, people didn't really understand what the technologies were. So they weren't really aware of what an induction cooktop was or how it worked. And I didn't know if there was any further education that this platform provided to help people understand. I think like electric vehicles, people kind of know what that is, but a lot of the other like heat pump, etc., people didn't know. And so I don't know if you do any further education on that front.
So we've been relying mainly on PCE and other networks, nonprofits, to really outreach and engage on that front, and just through our own channels. As rebates come up, we do send out notifications to the community on that.
And how about for the Yellowton team, do you guys do any education on those products or?
Yes. So, one of the slides was I showed you the EV, for example. So there you can deep dive. You can say, okay, what is a heat pump? What are the types of heat pumps? What is the cost of an average install? Can I swap? I mean, this all, so we have an information database for each energy choice that they can learn and understand.
Yeah, if I could add as well, there's another component we've just added recently, which is Why Electrify, which is a graphical approach indicating to people why they might think about an induction cooktop, for example, the indoor air quality issues and that sort of thing. It's a picture of a house, if you will, where you can hover over and learn about each of those different technologies in more detail.
Okay. And yeah. Rebecca, when we talk about a lot of the public engagement activities and other larger kind of educational efforts, do we have a sense of what the costs to those efforts are, just as a comparison to think about?
No, we don't have any particular hard costs that we've identified. It's typically done through just staff resourcing.
Okay,
and our
so
ongoing
like
operations.
Like the headcount adjustment that you were describing. Okay. I
have a question, and it's more to staff. Rebecca, you were saying that when PCE has something that sometimes we promote that. I don't see that like coming from the city. Maybe it's happening and I'm not on the right list, but I feel like sometimes there's, like Janelle put together a blurb about EVs. So hopefully we're going to be getting more of that type of thing into the city communications. But I was just thinking, like, if we paid for something like this, it might sit on our website. And then if we didn't actually promote it very much, it wouldn't get much traffic. So I'm wondering from Rebecca's side if, I don't know, that I was just wondering about that. Sort of seemed like a disconnect.
Right. So Clay Curtin is our public engagement manager. He manages all of the information, not just sustainability related, but also emergency related, other kind of meetings and other information going on in the region. And so there's competing information that's going out through Nextdoor or the City Council's Digest. And so you subscribe either through the City Council agendas, or there's some other ways I can connect you probably offline if that's needed. But I think, again, part of looking at the climate action plan and what was being negotiated and looked at, I mean, we went from looking at lots of staff positions that would help with education to really honing in on policy requirements. And so I think that's really the crux of the issue of, we don't have a point person that does just education. It's either Joanna or I who is passing on that information. And that's based on what our capacity is on the current policies that we're working on, or you know, the areas that we are mandated under the state to operate.
Got it. I think I was wondering, I get a lot of communications from the city about like online video games for kids, shelter and play or something like that. I get a lot of that type of thing, but I don't get much, like I almost get nothing about climate. And I'm not saying that that's like you. I'm wondering, is that we are trying to get things out there, but it doesn't, on Clay's side, like it doesn't rise to that level? Or if we had some people generating those little blurbs, that actually we could get some things in the newsletter with Clay, because you guys are maxed out. But if we had like Janelle's doing for EVs, do you think that would make it into the newsletter? So less, so a little bit more than what we're getting now.
So that, I mean, I think that's what we're trying to accomplish. I did receive Commissioner London's excerpts from PCE. And again, we have, as you know, process, right? So we can't just take information from the community. We do have to make sure it's vetted and that everything is true and accurate if it's going to be sent from the city, because otherwise that can come back at us. And so in that regards, it takes a little bit of time when it's coming from not internal staff intentionally working on that that part, but it is doable. It's just another kind of route and process on it. So we are working on that.
Because this could be seen as a way to sort of outsource some of the like education and right, making people aware of what they can do. Instead of having to staff up, we could outsource it to a program like this, right? As long as we can do the part of getting it into a newsletter so people know about it.
So I'm not sure what would be outsourced. Is it the Yellowton would be the?
Yeah, like they're providing the content. We're not like creating content. We're not like hiring graphic designers and website designers. Like they're doing all of that. All we do is just put a little link in a newsletter that says, go to this website and, you know, learn about what you can do.
Yes, I think that's, yes, that's possible to do. We still need to go through a procurement process and vet out. And then again, the trade-off is, do I stop working on some other policy in order to make this happen, right? And so I think that's really the advice, or again, having a resource. There is a actual, you know, part-time person or another organization that the city has vetted and allows to use to give us material to send out. I think the county does that to some degree with some of their recycling and stormwater programs for education. They have a third party that really manages all the marketing, but then there's still a staff person that oversees that content. Again, to have that oversight because it's coming from a government agency, and there's a certain level of confidence that goes along with that.
Commissioner Cabot?
I think this part of it about how we might be able to use these kinds of services is pretty interesting. And the next presentation, I think, will be also along the same lines about an educational tool the city is already using. And so, you know, it might be interesting to see that and then move to a general discussion about how might the city consider using externally developed communication tools.
That's a good point.
Good point.
I do have one more question for the Yellowton team, just going back to Mr. Edmonds' comment around user data. So could you address the user data aspect? And if there's any information that is given out from Yellowton to other companies when users are signing up on the platform?
Yeah, sure. So for us, we take data security very seriously. So we protect the data. The data doesn't go out to anyone. We follow both CPUC guidelines and we follow CCPA, which is the GDPR equivalent. So it doesn't go out. If, for example, you guys said, hey, we want to use the SunShares vendors for solar, and they are on the platform, and there's a request code, there would be a pop-up saying, hey, you're the user, are authorizing release of your information to, let's say, Sunrun, SunPower, whatever that might be. So it's only in that case, because to help you shop better, that's all.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I really appreciate it. And Commissioner Payne?
Yeah, I have another question for the Yellowton team surrounding data integrity, but so that's reassuring to hear about data integrity of data that users are giving, but I'm curious about the information that users are receiving from your service. So when you give a recommendation for a specific vendor or product or service, for example, if you recommend the Nissan Leaf over other EVs, or similarly with a water heater, for example, how are you choosing to recommend that particular product or service? I guess what I'm potentially concerned about is that users are getting exposed to the full range of choices and the best choices out there, and that companies aren't able to pay to have their product included or promoted over other ones.
Sure. Can I answer?
Yes, of course, please.
Yes.
Yeah. So first thing is, we don't recommend vendors. It is, so for example, you can put vendors that you may want on that. We simply facilitate the transmission of data to those vendors. And so if you want to have 20 heat pump contractors, you can have it. The consumer, we can show Yelp ratings, and the consumer would make that decision. Second thing, in terms of product choices, again, we do not recommend. For example, let's take EV. The consumer chooses from a list of 40 or 50 electric cars based on driving range, based on MSRP, based on incentives, what he wants. So we are unbiased, and because we want to be, just to your point, so we don't recommend anything specific.
Yeah, and if I could just add as well, for example, with heat pump water heaters, we have a generic heat pump water heater, 50 gallon, 80 gallon, that sort of thing. We're not recommending any particular model of heat pump water heater.
Right, let the consumer make the choice. Here, look at the product choices. There are 50, I can filter, sort, more like an Amazon, but you are the king, you decide.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for the Yellowton team at this time? Okay. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. You give us a lot to think about, and I think you can hear us thinking about how products like Yellowton and what you all are doing can help educate members of our community behind the climate action plan that we've approved. So we really appreciate your participation. And as I said to Diego, thank you for bearing with us, as this is the first time that we are doing this in our agenda. So thank you for working through that process with me, at least in particular. Yeah, well,
thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thanks
you're
much.
welcome. It's our pleasure. You guys, you did the work. You put yourselves on our radar by coming to our meeting and having a public comment. So thank you for engaging with us.
You're welcome.
And now I know we're running a little bit over the ideal timeline that we had set out, and so I apologize, but we've been meeting now for about 2.5 hours, a little bit more, and I, for one, need a few minutes break. So I would like to call for the meeting to adjourn at this time and then to recommence at 8 o'clock, if that's okay with everybody, giving us a little bit of time for some food and a break from our screens. Does that work for everybody? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up. Great. So you can leave the line open if you would like, but you can just stop your video and mute yourself at this time, and then we will turn back on our videos at 8 o'clock. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay, we've got almost everybody back. I think we are just waiting on Deb at this time.
Ryan, can you remind me the rest of the other agenda items? So I know we have one more presenter and then the annual report discussion, is that it? And then the,
Yep. And then reports and announcements. Ooh,
okay.
sorry, one of my dogs is trying to get in. Come on. If you want to. Give Deb another minute. Rebecca, can we reconvene the meeting without Deb? Because we have a quorum. I mean, we're not voting on anything on this agenda item, but we do have a quorum. Oh, and here's Deb. Okay. So we can reconvene our meeting at 8:02. Our next agenda item, we are excited to have our final presenter. And I believe that's Lisa, who is joining us from the Climate Solutions Net regarding services that use an online tool to help community members reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So I would like to invite Lisa to join us and join our discussion.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. That was interesting. My screen went away and came back. So first of all, should I go ahead and start?
Yes, please feel free.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you. So first of all, thank you for the invitation to come tonight and present. I'm so excited to be here. And I also want to say huge congratulations for the groundbreaking work that you're all doing. As a resident of Palo Alto, and I've been working on this for a long time in the local area, the reach codes and all of the things you've been doing have been just groundbreaking. And so I'm so excited. So I'm with Community Climate Solutions. We have two. We have Climate Solutions Net, and Community Climate Solutions is the nonprofit that works specifically with cities. So that's my hat that I have on tonight. And our whole mission is to help empower cities and counties to engage residents on climate solutions. So next slide. Thank you. So as you all know, I dug a little bit into your CAP 2030 report, and it was a little bit of a round, but I think it was 59 point something % of your emissions are coming from 4 basic household activities, and you all know this. So your household vehicles, electricity, natural gas, and waste. Next slide. And what you also all know, and the reason that we exist, is that we have solutions for all of these. And what the amazing thing is that we not only have solutions, but we have solutions that are now affordable and accessible and will save households money. And on top of that, they improve our health and our air quality, and they create local jobs, and they have all sorts of other benefits. And so this is a really important moment that we're in. This was not the case 5 or 10 years ago. It used to be that if you wanted to be carbon free in these basic areas of emission that you cover in your CAP, that it was prohibitively expensive, or you had to walk everywhere and there wasn't an EV solution. There was just, so we're in a really important moment now where for the household level, taking actions and going carbon free in your home is a win-win-win. So that is why we built what we built. So next slide. So our mission, as I said, is to empower communities and to empower Menlo Park residents on climate solutions. And so our goal is to make it simple, easy, and fun. So just a really quick background on where this came from. This platform and project came out of my own personal experience as a resident of Palo Alto. Palo Alto did their first CAP plan back in 2007. When they finished that, they did a presentation to the community. So they had a community meeting, they brought everybody together and they said, okay, we did a climate action plan. Here's our community missions. Here's where they're coming from. But only 8% of it comes from our city activities through our vehicle fleet and our building energy use and our landfill. So they said, in order for us to reach deep goals, we need to bring the community into this. So they asked for volunteers to get involved in teams to engage different segments of the community. So they had one team to engage businesses and one for schools and one for community organizations, one for the city, and then there was one for residents. And so I have done a lot of community organizing outside of my day job. And so I was so excited that the city was asking for us to volunteer to do climate solutions engagement with residents. So I volunteered to lead that effort. And so I led an effort for 5 years to engage residents across the city. And the process was incredibly educational. So for 5 years, our mission was to go get people who live in Palo Alto to take action to lower their impact at the household level towards reaching these community-wide goals. And so in the process of 5 years, we tried a lot of different things, but there were some things that really stood out that worked. And number one, people really want to know what to do, but they don't know where to start. So, but they're really busy. So you have to make it simple, easy, and fun. And then the other part was that the social aspect was really critical. It's connecting people to work together, working together with the neighbors on their block or their kids' school or their faith community or their book club. That part of it was really important to activating people to take actions. If you try and engage households one at a time by themselves, it is far less effective. So we figured out a few things that were working, but it was really hard to do this efficiently at scale. And so I started to think, what would it look like to engage a community really solidly and at scale, where you really were educating residents, you were bringing them into the conversation, you were making it fun, you were making it social, and you were making it effective for them. And that is when we thought, hey, we need a platform for this. We need a way to make it simple and easy. So that's when we went and built our platform. It's been called a Fitbit for Climate Solutions. It's also a SaaS product, which means it's an annual subscription service. And then it comes with a lot of other things I'll tell you about in a little bit. Next slide. So we started piloting with a few cities in 2018. And I'll tell you, Menlo Park actually was our beta before our pilot in 2017 through Menlo Spark. But so we now have over 25 cities and counties that we're working with, and we're just starting to open up to really grow. And those cities range from the whole state of Hawaii. We have one site for each county in Hawaii, includes the city of San Jose, and includes 9 different states. So we have cities in 9 different states across the US right now, and we're now opening up to really grow that and scale. And we also now, next slide, sorry. We're starting to work with companies, organizations, and universities with our tool as well. So we've been called the Carbon Tracker. We have this great Carbon Tracker and program, and we're now opening it up beyond that. So we're now engaging with Episcopal Church to engage all their congregations across the US, and we're just starting to work with Arizona State University to engage their 160,000 folks. So next slide. So this is what it looks for a city program. So what we do is we have this platform, but we make it custom for you. So as you can see here, it's custom, has custom branding and photos and logos. This is our Contra Costa County site. Next slide. This is our City of San Jose's site as well. You can see totally different photo and branding. And then next slide. And then here you all have our site up already in the community through the pilot and actually beta program that we did with Menlo Spark a few years ago. And so this site is up, it's live, it's running, it's working, it's there. And it's had some community traction. It hasn't had anyone running engagement to actually get the word out for at least a year and a half or 2 years. So it doesn't have engagement running on it, but it is up there. It's up and available now to Menlo Park residents. Next slide. So I'm going to show you how it works. So the way it works for the user, it's really simple. When you create an account, the first thing we encourage folks to do, it's not required, but we encourage it, is for them to answer a few questions about what they're doing in their household now, so that we can, number one, show them where they're starting from, what is their impact today, and then also we can recommend custom actions for them. So in here we have a few different questions we ask about appliances. We're really looking for where are you using natural gas, and how often are you using that, your heating and cooling, your utility info. We have a live link into PG&E, so it's really easy to just give your permission, we get your data, transportation, and then food and waste. So we do include air travel, and we also include red meat, which is not in your CAP plan, but it is also part of the larger picture around household impact on climate. 40% of US emissions come from the 5 basic things that we include in our basic calculator. So when you take your CAP plan emissions and you add in air travel and food waste, those activities on the aggregate, 40% of US emissions. So this is a huge opportunity to make impact. And we are very careful with data. We protect the user's data. We don't provide that to anyone. We don't sell it, we don't share it. And the city doesn't get to see an individual user's data. They only get to see the aggregate results. Next slide. So once they answer their questions, they get to see their baseline impact. So they can see where it's coming from. They can see how they compare to others. The average impact for a person in the US in the 5 categories of emissions that we track is 10 tons per person per year. And then you would have a number where it says Palo Alto, you'd have a Menlo Park number there that shows the average impact for your residents in those 5 areas of emissions. And then of course there's the UK, China, and India that makes it a little more fun for comparison. Next slide. And then once they complete that, then they can come to our action grid. And here there's 2 ways to explore actions. There's action categories. I wanted to highlight the big action category here because we really try and focus people on those big actions they can take to really fuel switch, basically electrify everything, make their electricity renewable, electrify everything. And but we also have other categories. We have a youth-friendly category. We have a curriculum that teachers can use in the classroom now that we're rolling out. We have a lot of teachers using it, and the youth-friendly category is designed to be used with that curriculum. We have community actions as well as learning actions. Next slide. So this is the big action category. So there's 12 in total. You can see 8 of them, but you can see the heat pump water heater, the heat pump space heating, the transportation options, the solar, actually, this is the Palo Alto site. The green electricity action would be right there on the top, but for Palo Alto, we actually don't need it because we've got 100% in the community. So that would be on there as well. But we really focus people in on these big actions. Next slide. And then and then we also have our recommended action section. So in addition to exploring categories, you can also come here to this other tab. You can put in your preferences. What is your preference, savings or impact? Choose a difficulty level. You can choose a level of upfront costs that you're okay with. You can also put in how much time you are willing to spend on an action, and then whether or not you rent. This really helps users quickly identify what actions are right for them. And it also really helps people to meet people where they are. So if you have folks that are lower income, really trying to look for ways to save money, they can put in savings, they can put in a low upfront cost, they can say that they rent, and they will get actions that they can take today that will not only have an impact, but will also save them money. So this brings equity into the platform. Next slide. And then each action has a page. Here you can see we have analytics for the user. So we base information on the information they give us on their energy profile. We then give an accurate estimate on what the impact and the savings will be for that action if they take it. So it is based on their household information. And then if they don't answer the questions, it's based on an average household in Menlo Park. And so it's customized to the city, even if someone doesn't provide information. Next slide. And then we give a how-to guide. It's like heat pump water heater, what the heck is that? So here we help them to understand there's an introduction and then there's steps that they can take where they can learn more. They can learn about when it makes sense. How do you go about this? What are some of the settings you would have? So we really help to make this simple and easy. It is going to be a challenge to move our communities completely off fossil fuels. And even if we come in with mandates at the city level, people need to understand what's happening. And so this public information and making it simple and easy for people to understand what is this about and how do I do it in a very positive, easy to digest way is really important. So we really did a deep dive to make sure that our content was very digestible and very easy to follow. Next slide. And then for each action, you can put in all the programs that work with that. So if there's a rebate, a financing program, a community program, an information guide, like your recycling, what goes in your recycling bin. You can have all those custom programs loaded in and tagged to the specific action that they belong to, so that when you have a resident that's here in the site, if they're on an action, they like the action, they'll find these programs. That's one of the hardest things right now, is that there's all sorts of programs out there and people just don't know they exist. So it's connecting people in with those programs in an easy, fun way. Next slide. And then the user can track their progress on what they've completed. They can also see, you can't see it here, but all the actions they choose that they're working on, they'll see a top level of how much they're going to save and reduce their impact if they complete those actions. And then there's a level where it says congrats there, the little round circle with the plug on it. There's a level system. So there's 5 different levels that you can achieve. And as you take actions, you go up in levels. So you can have this system of acknowledging people. So if somebody reaches one of those higher levels, maybe they get like a special, sign or a sticker or something else that can help celebrate what they've done. Next slide. And then, as I mentioned, what we learned was that social was really important. So we have 2 social components to this. We have a team module. The team module allows people to work in small teams, like on a block or a book club or a friend circle, and track progress together. It's really easy to do and it's simple for users to to just do this on their own. Next page. And then we also have a community group, which is large. So a faith community, a school, a senior group, the Rotary Club has a page that's set up for larger groups. Next slide, next page. And then finally, in addition to the platform, the most important part of it is, once you have that, is to do an engagement campaign. And that's where we're so excited to have an opportunity to work with the City of Menlo Park. We would love to help you do this, a citywide campaign that really comes in, educates people across the community, and helps really raise awareness and lift up this idea of Menlo Park going carbon free. So we're working with all of our communities on how to do this. We are working with a community-based social marketing consultancy that is helping to inform our work, and we're coming up with lots of plug and play tools, as well as helping our communities come up with custom engagement campaigns, which includes branding and things like banners and posters and lawn signs, maybe for households that sign up or that go all electric. Maybe monthly virtual events that you can hold to invite the community in to learn about this. Teams by blocks or neighborhood challenges, community group engagement, and student programs. We have the Girl Scouts have adopted our program. They have a patch program for it. So we're really working to bring this into the community in a way that's really fun and social and positive, and can be done in a way that meets our original vision, which was, how do we do this across the community at scale? So next slide. So that's our site. We're up and live in Menlo Park. As I mentioned, we're a SaaS platform. For us, our subscription service for Menlo Park would be $5,000 a year. There would be no setup fee because the site's already up and live and it's there. So yeah, $5,000 a year would allow us to continue to provide the site and do and help you and coach you around engagement. We also have an engagement service. If you wanted to also add that on, we could run engagement as well. But we would love the opportunity to continue to work in the Menlo Park community and support your goals, because they're excellent. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. We really appreciate it. Before we open it up to public comment on this item, are there any clarifying questions from commissioners? Excuse me, for Lisa? Okay, taking that as no. So Ms. Lucky, do we have any public comments on this item at this time? Rebecca, do we have any? I don't know if you're trying
I'm
to speak. But
sorry.
that's okay.
Yes, I was.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair Price. So just a reminder to attendees that if you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand, which is a feature next to your name if you right click, and I'll be able to unmute your microphone and you'll be able to give your public comment for 3 minutes. And with that, I do have one public comment from Mr. Peter Edmonds. Mr. Edmonds, I have unmuted your microphone, so you should be able to speak to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Here I am again. Thank you. That was a very exhilarating presentation. I'm struck by the contrast between the first presentation this evening, where we were instructed in all the limitations of the Brown Act and the way in which there were certain activities or procedures that we might think of undertaking, which would be violations of the Brown Act. And now we hear of how all-encompassing and apparently thriving are these programs that have been implemented already in 25 cities. So my question is to Lisa Altieri, under which circumstances did your organization come into contact with the Brown Act, and when did you have to modify your activities? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. We appreciate it. Lisa, I don't know if the Brown Act does weigh into anything that you're doing, as you're not a public body. So I'm not sure if that's been the case. And several of the cities you showed are not located in California, and the Brown Act is a California state law. So I don't know if this is a question that you want to speak to or feel like is relevant. What are your thoughts?
Can I respond?
Sure.
Wonderful. So my understanding is that the Brown Act is specifically for elected bodies, and we're not an elected body, as you noted. So it doesn't affect us. We operate as a partner with cities, and we help them to reach their climate goals through our programs. So different cities work differently, and they all have a different configuration, but I don't think that's a conflict for us and our work.
Thank you. Are there questions from the commission for Lisa as we move to the discussion? Go ahead, Tom.
Yep. Just another aspect of full disclosure. I had the pleasure of meeting Lisa during a Palo Alto community environmental outreach event, kind of a way they were engaging citizens in their environmental efforts. It was probably about 6 or 7 years ago at an app hackathon, and her proposal for this project beat out a lot of others, including mine. So I volunteered on her team and helped develop a lot of the algorithms that she used in early models of that. I don't know if they remain, but That was my interaction, but we don't have any financial connection. Same with me and Yellowton. I advise them and provide them services, but just as a volunteer.
Thank you, Tom. I did have a question for you, Lisa. I was curious about because I think you might have heard us earlier talking about like the public engagement aspects. And I was curious when you talked about what your experience had been with Palo Alto, and then kind of how you've shaped this tool because of that, because I think it sounds like you have experience understanding what a public engagement cycle with a city is like. So I was curious if you could speak a little bit to your experience and then the educational and public engagement aspects of your platform.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not a small topic. That is a really big topic that could probably take much more time than this session that we have here. But basically, yes. So I learned on the ground trying to do this as a volunteer, what the important aspects were around engagement. And that was really what promoted or spurred the building of this platform, was how can we make engagement more successful. So I think that the components really that we built into our platform are two things. The ones that really stand out from my experience and what I learned in Palo Alto was that making it simple and easy and fun. It's like climate change is a scary thing, right? It's a scary, heavy thing. People want to help, they're concerned, they don't know what the solutions are, they feel overwhelmed, and it's like, people get frozen around the topic. But if you can come with something that's simple and easy and hopeful and positive and proactive and practical about what can I go do now? What can I do today that can make a difference? And then see their city actually as on the aggregate making a difference. It's very motivating, or to see their team or their neighborhood or their block making a difference. So engagement is really social, simple and easy, and social. Those are the two kind of key components to it. So that is what we really focus on. And for us, we work with many communities, and it really varies the approaches that they take. There are things that we know that work, and in addition to providing the platform to cities, we also coach and help develop those engagement plans, because we know what is successful and what we see successful. And the other thing actually that I didn't mention is that we invite all of our communities to a monthly call where they come and share with each other. And we have a whole library that we've developed of the different strategies and campaigns or efforts and engagement challenges that our different communities have done, so they can share and see what's worked and what's been successful. So, I mean, at the end of the day, engagement is a little different in each community, but the core is really having that social focus, and then having a kind of core branding that you come up with that really is an overarching way to message this out to the community, to include the community in the conversation. Our model is really centered around leveraging leadership and existing social networks. So it's not a platform that the city has that people can use kind of in a more traditional sense. It's more a platform for the community to adopt and take ownership over themselves, if that makes any sense. I think maybe that's at the core of your question. It's really how this can be something that the community is part of. You're inviting the community into this, where it's something that they own, they take on, and they help to move forward.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Yes, Commissioner Elkins.
Hi. So I actually did engage with this. You mentioned that Menlo Park was the beta for this system, or for this platform. And I guess that was some years ago, because I recall actually engaging and finding it to be, I guess I want to hear some more about how it's developed from the time when it first became available to Menlo Park residents to what it's like now. I basically, my experience was not engaging. I was excited about it, but then it sort of just disappeared, dribbled away. And so I'm assuming that there's been dramatic changes over the years. But as I said, I haven't re-engaged. So is that, and you said that it is up now and live in Menlo Park. So can we go and look at what it looks like now?
Yes.
And a second part of that question would be, could we also observe another city's platform and how it's working with another city?
Absolutely. So the platform has evolved enormously since we did our beta in Menlo Park. I mean, the beta was before we did our pilot. So
Okay.
we've had huge, in fact, we've gone from our 1.0 version to our 2.0 version. There's been really big changes. So if you were to go back to the site now to use it, you would see quite a difference. And the other, so I just put the link to the Menlo Park site in the chat. So you're all welcome to go use it. It's there and it's free, and it would always be free for residents. And in terms of the other difference is that with our program, when we provide the platform and a community launches it, it's meant to be done with an engagement program. So it's meant to be where someone is actively like doing engagement with the community, and that can be done with volunteers, or it could be done with a half-time engagement staff person. It could be a local nonprofit that helps you to run it. There's a lot of different configurations, but one of the reasons it's dropped off in Menlo Park is because it hasn't really been led by anyone for the last couple of years. So there really isn't leadership driving it. So that is what we would help the city do, is to create a plan to do that. And I apologize, what was the second part of the question?
Well, to be able to see what a fully realized plan is looking like in another city at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So we could definitely share that if you'd like. We'd be happy to send you some samples or information or links to other sites. We could connect you to speak with the city program leads on the for our platform. I mean, we'd be happy to connect you to interview and talk with other cities that are using our site. Whatever format you would like to do that in, just let us know.
Thank you. Are there other questions for Lisa? Yes, Tom.
So related to what you just discussed, I'm guessing that Menlo Park staff, or maybe Menlo Spark staff, can attend the monthly users meeting of the cities. And then can commissioners be flies on the wall to see what that's like, to see how other communities are using the product and doing their engagement?
So yeah, you would be welcome to join one of our monthly meetings, but our monthly meetings are more sharing and discussion, where the city leaders are talking about, they're doing updates on what they're doing, but they're also just kind of brainstorming and sharing with each other or asking us questions. So it's not really a way to see a presentation of what individual cities are doing. The best way to do that is if you have, if you want, I can connect you with the leads for some of our cities who'd be happy to do a call or be interviewed if you want to do that. I don't know if that works. And by the way, Tom, all the things we worked in the calculator are still there. We haven't changed it, and we've added to it, we've expanded it, but all of your work that you reviewed and the inputs you gave is still standing. And thank you for that. So would that be helpful to be able to connect and interview some of the folks that are using our platform? We could also provide you information that shows some of the specific campaigns in cities and what they've accomplished.
I think that would be interesting to me as a commissioner, but again, part of our duties, we don't manage things at Menlo Park, we advise. And so learning about opportunities is important to us, but also we're starting to see the opportunity where, because of breathing smoke so much, people are becoming aware of the climate problem, and volunteers are coming forward looking for things to do. And so one idea you mentioned, volunteers might be able to run the engagement. And so to see if, what that might be like, and see if that was a possibility for Menlo Park.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you were to adopt the page, and it's kind of sitting there, there's no one actually officially partnering it right now, but if Menlo Park was to take that on and continue to have the platform available for residents, then we could coach and help you get volunteers going. however, I mean, however, each configuration is different. So however you would do that, whether that would be a staff person running it, that we would help to get that set up, or whether, you know, we would maybe coach a few lead volunteers. There's many different configurations. It would be whatever works for you and whatever works for Menlo Park. But we would be able to help you set that up.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for Lisa? I think
I'm
go ahead.
sorry.
Josie.
I was just trying to compare the two presentations. I'm very familiar with the tool that Lisa developed. And in fact, I wouldn't be on the EQC were it not for Lisa's tool. That's how I started a couple of years ago, this journey. But so I'm familiar with Lisa's tool, and then the Yellowton thing is totally new to me. And I'm just sort of like comparing and contrasting them and wishing we could do both somehow, because they each have their, you know, interesting features, I think. And so this may not be fair to Yellowton, because I was going to ask Lisa, like, how would she describe sort of the differences based on what she saw? But Yellowton doesn't have a chance to say that. So anyway.
I think, and I think the meeting this evening was, it's kind of interesting that this happened this way, right? Because we happen to have outreach and exchanges between commissioners with an interest in learning more and sharing with the commission about about these two different resources. And as a commission, part of the Brown Act is that we can't actually all learn about something together unless it's officially in a meeting, which is why we're doing it this way now, because this allows us to learn together. And so I think it's definitely a really good point to think about for these meeting structures. And I hope that we can continue to explore different options and like Josie said, figure out what recommendations we might have that are the best fit for Menlo Park and our community. But it wasn't, our intention was absolutely not to pit the two organizations in conflict. It just happened that they're related or like it had a similar platform component to them and happened to present next to each other. So anyway, but yeah, but I think, go ahead.
Can I add something? Is that okay or no?
I think if you want to talk about your organization, but I would not recommend referencing Yellowton. Yeah. No.
I was just going to say that for us, we have a really robust carbon and savings calculator. So when a user is using our platform, our analytics are very strong at helping them to figure out what actions they can take and what the savings and the costs are. So that component is really there and it's really strong on our platform. And I think but what we also have is that we combine that with social. We combine it really with the social strategies and the community-based social marketing strategies that make it fun and compelling for people too. So that's just about us.
Thank you. Did anybody else have any questions for Lisa before we start to just discuss any aspect of this as Tom had previously suggested as a commission? Okay. Well, thank you, Lisa, very much for coming. We really appreciate your time. And yeah, thank you again. And thank you for waiting and for being, having to wait longer. We really appreciate it. And I apologize for the delay. We're going to get better at this.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So I think from my point of view, similar to what Tom had said earlier, I think that one of the things that struck me from some of the conversations we had tonight are that they all have these public engagement components, right? I mean, even with Revolve, there are aspects where it speaks to some of the challenges that we've faced as a commission, where we were working on the REACH code and citizens are like, you're taking my stove. And we were like, stoves aren't a part of the REACH code, right? And we were struggling with trying to figure out how to help educate people because it's technical and complicated. And there's a lot of misinformation, right? And so it just struck me that it's really interesting that there are these ways that there are platforms out there, that there are solutions that are approachable at an individual level, that can have leverage at a community level that can help to address some of these questions and kind of issues that people have that go beyond what I think we had talked about kind of with Clay, right, at a just a sort of citywide level. So I don't know if anyone else had thoughts, but that's what I was thinking about today.
Yeah, I agree. You know, we have a big lift to get our city to carbon neutral by 2030, and it's going to require everyone in the city getting on board. And so when I think about all the education that needs to happen, it's a lot. And I think it's like more than even maybe a full-time staff person, even if we did have the budget for that, could do. But we're so fortunate that we have these companies that are developing all this content and, you know, put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into doing this work already. I feel just like we absolutely should leverage this in some way. Yeah, and I'm not like proposing any one solution at this point, but I feel like the dollars we would spend on this, you know, depending, but the dollars we would spend on this would be, you know, so well used versus trying to do the work ourselves.
The other sort of thought I had was it's like, yes, there's a staff requirement at the city level for oversight of things, but it also struck me that when you make a commitment to full-time staffing, we make a very long-term commitment on behalf of the city, is what I've heard kind of city council members talk about, right? And it struck me that, you know, in theory, educating people on climate change is a relatively shorter time horizon. If you think of like the lifetime of a job at a city, that's probably much longer than hopefully we would need to invest in heavy education for our community. And so it also made me wonder, you know, what is the balance between making sure that we have a staffing oversight that's required to be judicious as a city on behalf of the resources and on the information that we share, but at the same time, not over investing so that, you know, in a few years when everybody's like, yeah, I know all about climate change, like you don't need to tell me what a induction stovetop is, I already have two, you know. At that point, that may not be what we need, and we wouldn't necessarily want to be overcommitted on staffing as a city for any one component. And I know that's kind of outside of the scope of the EQC, but it just struck me that there's kind of an interesting balance there, and something that at least I feel like I've heard city council talk about that's top of mind for them as well, which is like, how do you maintain that flexibility in the budget so that we're not overcommitting to long-term capital investments when we may not need those particular investments in the future. Tom.
One way to look at the different tools we're seeing proposed here is, you know, would we want to encourage PCE to adopt one of the more rigorous, you know, purchasing and, you know, types of things like Yellowton provides, whereby they might, PCE might be able to sort products or narrow the field of things to provide more detailed information to folks. And they have the wherewithal, staff, and the net revenue from achieving it. Whereas Menlo Park does not get a net revenue when people electrify. It just helps us preserve our city and try to keep it above sea level. But, you know, on the other side, there's, you know, more of the gamification in the community solutions model. So like the Menlo Green Challenge. So, you know, I don't see that there's really a need to choose between them, but to start looking at how to apply them in their best niches. Because as you've been mentioning, we've got a massive job of community engagement around here, and it does have to start fast. If it takes as long as a career, we have lost. So, you know, it would better be quicker.
Good point. Are there other comments people wanted to share from their point of view about the presentations tonight? Specifically the last two, because we kind of moved the dialogue to after the second conversation. Josie?
I guess one would be, and this is more for Rebecca, you know, for folks who are doing all this content development, and I understand like the need to sort of vet the material, but I'm wondering, like, does a staff person have to look over every single piece of content on, you know, on every page and to look up every number and to verify that it's like accurate? Meaning, does the staff person have to become even more expert in order to oversee like all the staff in these companies that are doing this work? Like, does our staff person have to become more knowledgeable than those people basically to be able to vet the work? Or is it more a matter of just like sort of sampling some of the information and then feeling like, okay, this looks like it's legit and this looks good and this receives our stamp of approval?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gellard, for the question. You know, we don't have to vet out every single piece of information if we've already vetted a third party to provide the service. I mean, we would do a lot of that vetting up front as we're looking at a potential, again, third party to do the work or service on behalf of the city, and then have that oversight, you know, as we move along with that service. But I think the work is really in the upfront or front end of that, getting somebody on board and figuring out who would be that service. And I think, yeah, there's lots of different models out there as to who can carry it out. But I again, I would just probably emphasize that it's more of the upfront work of getting involved, you know, signing agreements, getting the city attorney involved, making sure that we have an RFP process that is open so that all vendors can participate in it. Those are the typical protocols that we undergo, and those take about 3 to 6 months to kind of clear those hurdles and those checkpoints to get something up and running.
And how would we handle the situation where already, I think we saw like 800 or I think 800 members of the community have already put their data into the community, I forget what it was called, community solutions. Community
Menlo
climate
Green Challenge. Yeah.
Yeah. So we already have 800 households that have put their data in and all their goals and all that stuff. I know I have. You know, so would we go out? I mean, so they're saying we can continue that service for 5,000. It sounds like I don't know what would happen like if we didn't do that. I don't know if it would be turned off or what. But so if we were to pay the 5,000, then community members would continue to have access to all that information. Would we go out for bid against that since we already kind of connected to them, or how do you think about that?
So I'd have to talk to the city attorney on how that would work and that process.
Because I also think, I'm not sure if it was the city of Menlo Park that contracted or if the pilot was done through Menlo Spark.
I think it was done through Menlo Spark, but I don't think they paid because it was a beta before a pilot. But I think the situation now is it's like, okay, now it's time to either, you know, pay or not. That's sort of my understanding. So anyway, so I was just wondering how that would be treated because we do already have a bunch of residents who are on the platform.
Yeah, and I think I would only add probably to Lisa's point on it too, that it does take some marketing still from the city or other entities like Menlo Spark to push out the information as well. And so that does still take time, but not as much time if, again, they're developing the content and we're able to, again, push it out. And as long as it is a source that we've, you know, vetted, they've clearly outlined what the agreement is with the city. And I mean, we do that with other government agencies too. They usually prep social media items for us, like PCE or Rethink Waste. Those are typical ones that we see, or the county on stormwater.
And what about this idea of, you know, like this is another thing that I've Tom or I will probably raise at the updates, but there are a lot of people coming saying, hey, I want to work on climate change. I don't expect anything in return. I just want to volunteer my time on this. And so if we do have people like that, could we just say, well, here's this website, if you want to start promoting it amongst your friends or that type of thing. It's like not with an official, the website would, if the city decided to pay the 5,000, the website would be sort of officially the city, deal. But in terms of the people promoting it, it would just be residents who just, like someone signs up and they can invite a bunch of their friends to participate. I mean, that might be a strategy for getting the word out. Rebecca, would that be copacetic? Like, is any issue with that?
No, I mean, there's no city branding, there's no city kind of staff resources being dedicated to it. So yeah, I mean, that's outside of the EQC and with other groups. I think a nonprofit could do that too. I think there's a lot of different models of community engagement that are now unfolding in this area to even target existing groups, and again, as Lisa mentioned, like there's senior groups, there's other groups that can also help promote this. And it's more of probably like a roadshow, whether it's city staff or a nonprofit such as Menlo Spark, or a group of EQC commissioners that are not more than 3 that are doing it. I think those are all great avenues. And I think also just looking at public engagement, I think sometimes it's, we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about the policy part of it, but also just trying to generally educate people on what is happening. And I think there is probably a meeting in the middle of both those things as the policies come forward, that there is going to be that educational component. So it's one part of engaging people in the policy development part of it, but then the other part is once the policy is there or nearly there, that there is another huge education campaign that goes out to kind of ease people's anxiety and potential, fears about having to invest in these changes that they're not familiar with.
Yeah, I could see that. And I think that the other thing I could do saying, Rebecca, is like, it sounds like because this originally went through, at least this particular partner went through Menlo Spark, that it would still be a new vendor to the city. And so the vetting process would still need to take place, even though residents have provided information. They provided the information not necessarily under the, the city wasn't necessarily involved in that process. And so I could imagine that there still could be the need to go through the vetting process and have different things reviewed. And so that may not be something that we're on a timeline for right now, but that also doesn't mean that there aren't other opportunities for organizations like Menlo Spark or whoever to re-engage with the platform and to start to promote it within Menlo Park.
Right. Yes.
Okay. We have a visitor. Thank you, Rebecca. Are there other items we wanted to talk about with these with this presentation?
I guess I was just wondering if, and Lisa didn't really lay this out, but if this, if the data that's there, the accounts that there, like if that was going to somehow be turned off, would we, because we're not ready to act right this moment, would we be okay with that?
I think, I mean, I don't know, but speaking on behalf of my understanding is that I think it would be something that I would more push back to Menlo Spark perhaps, because they had originally engaged in it and their mission is around carbon neutrality for Menlo Park as well, whereas the city didn't initially engage to set the pilot up. And so I don't think that they're necessarily responsible for ensuring that the data would stay. And I don't know that we could expedite the process to address that constraint if it were to be imposed on us. But I would certainly think that Menlo Spark would want to be aware of it, because we do have 800 households that voluntarily put all their information in, and that's critical to Menlo Spark's mission as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for Menlo Spark, but I my understanding was maybe that they weren't prepared to re-up on this, so that it was sort of punted to the city, whether the city wants to do it or not. That was my understanding. I could be wrong, but I think that's my understanding.
Yeah, and then I think it's just the city's timeline for procurement and vetting and all of that, which isn't necessarily, may not align with the expectations of the organization. I can't say, but yeah, I think it's a fair question. But yeah, I would just push, personally, I would push back on Menlo Spark because they had initiated the pilot. Are there other comments about this stuff? Yes, Tom.
So I'm just trying to think how to move forward from here. And one possibility, I'd be happy to join in a conversation between city staff and Menlo Spark about these opportunities and try to help folks figure out what their roles are, what roles they would want, and whether one wants to staff up with volunteers and do something, or the other one wants to go on a procurement effort. Anyway, it might be interesting to go through that process, and that would help inform staff of what the situation was, so staff could make a decision about what they wanted to do.
I think that's fair. I think the other kind of question might be that there's no direction from council on these items, right? So it's like, where do they fit in the cap? Would they be part of the work plan? And so what I was gonna, as we were going through this evening, I was taking notes to the presentation that I would be giving to council, because my hope would be that getting clarification and direction from council would help us align on the priorities, and items like this would be potentially questions to ask around, how would we like to think about these engagements? Because I think we just should check back in to see where we are at with the utilization of the staff time that we have on the cap items that we've committed to. What do you guys think?
I think there are two big things competing for staff time and council attention on the climate. One is what to do on our major action items, like the replace on burnout ordinance and the outreach involved in it. And the other is an urge expressed by several council people to do an extensive community engagement. And so I kind of think the council as a whole will probably favor some kind of community engagement going on for the general purpose. And two things we saw today approach that. Another one helps approach the kind of the technical decarbonization of municipal fleet. It's one way to do that staff needs to be exploring. So we're low on staff compared to the amount of problem we have. And we've got an enthusiastic council who wants the public engaged, and we've got an enthusiastic public. So, I think we have to start figuring out ways to if we have a role in helping all that happen, or if we're just an advisory body.
Yeah. I think, oh, go ahead, Deb.
Oh, sorry. I just have one logistical issue. And Tom, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just me, but I am struggling so much to hear you and I'm missing your, I'm just straining so much to hear what you're saying. And I don't know if anybody else is, but I can't hear a lot of what you're saying. So I don't know if there's a way to turn that up, or maybe it's that your headset just needs to be turned up. Is anybody else struggling, or is it just me? You guys are all good?
To be quieter than others, but I can hear him, but I'm also wearing noise canceling headphones.
Okay, so it must be the way it's coming through on my computer.
He's also quieter than everyone else talking to me too, but similarly.
But you can hear.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I can't hear, so it's probably partly me then. Okay, well,
trying a new headset. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
maybe
sorry, I just wanted to mention I was just really couldn't hear you, and I want to hear you, so.
So what I was going to say is, I think there's sort of like three things happening, or at least this is my impression. One is that we know we're getting a lot of interest from community members. And so what we'll talk about with the, next agenda item is I flagged that on the presentation to council because we don't have a role for them, right? But we've had public commenters come, people have approached people individually, but like, we don't have a mechanism for utilizing volunteers in any capacity with the EQC that I'm aware of. So that was one item. The other is there's two components to education, right? So there's the public engagement side where there's education on what is climate change and what are the challenges facing and what are actions individuals who are passionate can take. And then the second part of the public engagement is the consideration of what policies the city may or may not adopt. And from what I've heard, council's questions on the public engagement side tend to be more on the adoption of new policies than they do on, or wanting extensive public engagement tends to be more on the adoption of policies than it does on necessarily, I haven't heard them express strong viewpoints on educating citizens on climate change. We all, from what I've heard, our dialogue is we recognize that it's very technical and that people have a lot of misunderstandings about the information. So we personally believe that there's a lot of opportunity to educate citizens about things that they could do. And then our concern around that I've heard us voice in the past on public engagement around the policies is that the policies also tend to be very technical. And so public engagement on technical policies is a little bit tricky. That's what I've heard. So I always hear those three components. And that's what I was hoping to get clarification from, because I think they kind of become interrelated when you think about staff time. Does that make sense?
The only thing I don't understand in that, Ryan, is like, I think that the policies and what people can do are like 80% overlap.
I think so to me, the difference is I could take actions today. And so I could educate, I could take these actions today versus Menlo Park is requiring me to do this.
Right, but both require you understand what is a heat pump and how does it work and how do I replace that? I mean, both, I think both.
Potentially, assuming that that's what the policies would speak to, yes, right? Like that's what we have in mind, but we don't, that hasn't been approved yet, so we don't know. But, and then the other thing I think is, there's like the different constituencies. So there's individual households, and then there's the commercial, the different industries that we heard the city wanted to hear from, like the Small Business Association and restaurateurs and other groups that have come to present their specific cases to us in the past. So at least for me, that's how I think about it. I totally agree that there's a lot of overlap, but I also think that at least that's what I've heard of where the city's questions are. I don't know.
Well, so for example, I wouldn't see us educating people about their meat choices, right? But educating them about EVs and electrifying their homes, because those things are squarely within the confines of the cap. I see those as laying the groundwork for the policies that are going to be passed, and something that council members have expressed to me that they very much want.
Yes, but I think all I'm saying is I think there's a difference of expressing what they want and having something voted in as a policy. And right now there's education that can be done prior to it being voted in as a policy, as opposed to waiting to doing the engagement process to create what the policy would look like. Right. So either way, there's things I can be doing. The degree to which Menlo Park is going to require me to do it is what will be determined by the policy, which is part of what that engagement would look like. Just like we experienced with the REACH codes, where it was like, what was it? The lab industries that came forward and said like, oh my gosh, we have all this really complicated equipment. We can't possibly be required to have, I think, is that right, Tom? It was like do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they just wanted an exemption,
exactly,
so that they wouldn't have to run their generator very much if they had a power outage.
Right. So they came and they asked for an exemption, and that was part of the engagement process when the city council was talking about the REACH code. And it was also for certain types of restaurants, like pizza ovens and barbecue places where there wasn't a suitable alternative for cooking mechanisms, because those types of restaurants require, or this is what they said, like required the kind of solution that you could only get from certain types of existing tools and not from alternative electric options. So that's kind of what I mean, versus like assuming as an individual citizen that there might be some requirement for me to eventually have an EV because it's a state of California, it was passed by the governor, right? Like that's something we know is going to happen and we could educate people on, but we may not know exactly the ins and outs of the policies at the city level yet. At least, again, that's my interpretation. So that's how I see the difference. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's how I see it. Because we wouldn't be in a position today to tell commercial industries, oh, all of you are going to have to do this, because we don't know that that's what the policy is going to say, right?
No.
Yeah, to me, that's the difference, is like, hey, like these are all options, blah, 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 feels very like residential friendly. And then there's the other, bodies that may have different.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see this is like we should probably start now educating people about what are heat pumps, why are they important, et cetera, so that when it comes time to take public comment, et cetera, you don't have people there are fewer people calling in who don't know what heat pump is and think you're telling them to install a really, energy intensive electric resistance water heater, right? That you've done all of that education up front and that you've tried to reach as many people with that basic information so that you don't get as much, some people may object to the policy, but then you're not getting as much of the just ill-informed objection that could have been addressed through education. So I'm just saying that I think a lot of that work can be done now through some of these things that Lisa's company and Vishwa's company are offering. So I would be inclined to, not put that on the back burner if we can, if there's any way to do the 5,000 and to just get that going and to get some citizens engaged and, connecting with each other about it and starting teams or whatever it is, so that when it does come time to do the hard work on the policy, like there's 1,000 more people in the community that know the right answers to all these questions.
Right. And so I think I'm aligned with exactly what you're saying, with the one caveat that I think we would have to, that the process to approve the spend on that would still require direction from city council, because it's a specific thing that's not inside of what we had scoped. And then the process to get there would still require staff time. And so what I'm suggesting is, like, in the presentation that I would give on behalf of the EQC, what I had as a category from the previous presentation was one called seeking guidance. And this is where there is a couple of items I think that we are seeking guidance from council on, and the urgency of climate change and community engagement, as well as like what actions we can take towards the cap, are things that I have heard. And so that's kind of where I was putting that. And I think I go in like 2 weeks, right, Rebecca?
Yes.
So it should be, it's not a back burner kind of thing is what I'm saying. Tom?
Yeah. So I would look at the next interaction with council as about this matter as providing recommendation as well. So, my sense of the commission is a number of us are noticing the opportunity and urgency of starting to use whatever techniques we can, like platforms presented today, to move forward on engaging and educating the community about these types of alternatives, and that time is not on our side. So the advice to council would be to relatively quickly
take the action,
make a decision about how to move forward, and to consider You know, are there some places where they'd want to have PCE take the lead, and are there some places where they would want a nonprofit or a set of volunteers or city staff to take the lead?
So before we, everything sounds great. I just wanted to flag something really quickly. It sounds like the conversation might be transitioning, and this could be totally my perception and my fault, is that to the agenda item where it's like, okay, we have this information, what do we want to do with this? Do we want to move to the next agenda item and have this conversation as part of that agenda item, or do we want to stay with this agenda item that we're at?
I thought we were on the next agenda item, to be honest with you. Let's move, yeah, let's move it. Let's go, let's get focused.
Great.
Yeah.
So,
So just a point of order too. I mean, so, you know, if we're talking about the work plan or other items, I mean, these were informational items, and so the EQC can't take action on them. And if so I would probably recommend you would need to move it to an actual agenda to talk about overall and kind of what the approaches or the advice is to city council. And that would probably likely exclude it probably from the next agenda item, because it's really giving you an update. And if the EQC has not acted on these topics, like made a decision, then it's hard to give that.
Okay.
And then of course there's a public notification, right? So the public needs to be able to participate in that decision of the EQC.
Right. So
through the agenda like the agenda title and the
Right.
notification.
Right. So, okay. So what I hear you saying is when the update is given to city council that we shouldn't call out specific requests for actions that haven't been agendized with the EQC because it has not provided a public comment period. However, we can provide statements to the effect of what, because we have had, so another category of slides that I had that I've used in the past is public concerns voiced to the EQC. So I think we can raise this issue of the urgency of climate change, which I had on there. We have continued to hear comments, and actually I've seen a bunch of flyers in the Willows about gas powered leaf blowers. And then inclusion of volunteers outside of commissioners to address that. So we can bring it up as saying people have brought this to our attention, and these are topics that we are planning to bring up, allowing council to comment on it. But we can't, what I hear you saying, Rebecca, is we can't go and say like, there was this company, we want to move forward with this, because that hasn't been something that's been on the agenda. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. Okay. So does that help answer people's questions or give guidance?
I'm just, this is one of those moments where some of the stringency, like I understand the thought behind it, but it's frustrating given the climate change is not waiting for us. I was wondering, is it something that could go to council, not in a specific recommendation for a company, but just the specific recommendation? Council, we would recommend that, you know, for some small dollars or something, I guess we can't do that, for some small amount of money that public engagement, no, we can't do it.
We can't call out. What we can say is, I think we can say, because as a commission, we can comment on things that have been agendized. So the public engagement has been agendized, and we can say, like, we've been exploring, you know, other mechanisms that are beyond, you know, I think we can comment on what we've been exploring, but we can't specifically state a recommendation because we haven't agendized a recommendation on that includes any specific tools. Tom?
I imagine that in the report to council, the chair could say that it's your sense of the discussion that the commission is very interested in having, you know, multiple tools for robust public engagement as soon as reasonably feasible, and asking if the council can, you know, if they're feeling the same way. You know, are they ready to provide direction to staff to move forward on certain things at a staff level, or allow things to move outside of staff?
Or here's another thought. What about just, can you informationally provide, say, you know, we were provided information by companies that provide these services. Can that be informational? So we were, you know, so like, to give you an idea of the dollar amount, it's, you know, $5,000 for the year. Just to give them that information and to say, you know, we can imagine many ways that this could be used or something like that. So it's more informational and to get their reaction to that.
Yeah, I think we can absolutely share the thought process we've had. Oh, so I think I have to formally introduce the next agenda item because we didn't do public comment. So let me just take a pause and follow the process for a second. Thank you, Rebecca. Sorry, we all got excited. Okay, so we've concluded item D5 on the agenda, and we are transitioning to item D6, which is a discussion of the chair's quarterly annual report to City Council. So that is basically myself. So what I'm going to do is give you guys an overview of what I was planning, and then after I finish, we will open the item up to public comment. And our first clarifying questions, then public comment, and then we will return to the discussion. So I apologize for falling outside of the formal process. So what I did was I looked at the slides that I provided at the last update, and I'm very much looking for guidance and feedback from the commission. I think we've been working together in a really collaborative way. So what I was going to do is give you an overview of what I had been thinking. And then I would really love your input as we move forward. The first category was a category of updates. So this category includes what has the EQC been up to? And I think that there have been, what I said on the slide is our primary focus has been on the climate action plan. And there are two big components of that. One is the CAP plan itself and moving that through, which did move through to approval. And the second is now supporting actions that were approved in the CAP plan. And that's where the majority of our focus is currently. Obviously, we're still fulfilling our obligation as the advisory body that hears heritage tree appeals as well. So those are the two things we have been up to, and the majority of which our time has been focused on the climate action plan and the actions to support the climate goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. I also have a category, and I think I would like to revise the order, but another category was of public concerns that have been voiced to the EQC. And so that's what I shared with you all before. We've heard a variety of concerns from the community, and these are the main kind of buckets, in my opinion, that they fall into. The first is around the urgency of climate change. We've heard that both from people who've asked to speak to us, as well as from, school-age children up to, other folks who have spoken to us in a variety of capacities about this issue. We've continued to hear questions about the gas-powered leaf blowers and their impact on our community. We also have a lot of interest from people expressed at meetings, but also offline and one-on-ones about how people can volunteer to support the city's goals of climate neutrality and to support Menlo Park in adapting or combating the effects of climate change. And we are not sure what to do with all these volunteers, basically. And then last but certainly not least is we have also heard comments from the public and interest in following up on the Thousand El Camino project, where people are interested in understanding where the city is with understanding the status of the replanting aspect that was committed to when the city council maintained the decision to take down those trees at 1000 El Camino. I don't know if anybody, anyway, so that's what I have under public comment. There's a few items that I thought we needed guidance from city council on. And again, I'm very flexible on this. One is the pesticide ban. When we went back to look at it, it turned out that we actually had received that as more of a comment from a couple of city council members, but it hadn't really been something that was an approved council kind of agenda item or task for us. And so we needed to get clarity to understand if that's something that council is asking us to elevate as a priority in our work plan, or if it's more just something of interest to a couple of council members. And then the other thing is we're really struggling with the urgency of climate change. I think there are several aspects of that. One is the community engagement component and wanting to ensure that we are true to the community, but also recognizing that the speed of climate change is happening at a very fast rate. And are we meeting it, right? Are we meeting the challenge? And the second is, how can we best support actions towards the CAP plan? We know that there's a staff constraint. We know that there's time constraints. And we would really like to have further guidance on what else we could be doing to help further our goals as a city relating to the CAP plan. And then the next section is called, Are we aligned on EQC priorities? So this is, are we aligned on the staff activity directed towards the CAP items? Again, are we aligned with, or in like looking, talking about the, sorry, I'm getting a little overtired. Are we aligned on the EQC commissioners taking on volunteering to address some of the other items? So we've got the items from the CAP plan that the city is taking on, and then of the items that were deferred, we've got opportunities for commissioners to volunteer to address them. And so these are what we see as the priorities, and just making sure that we're aligned with the council on those priorities. And obviously this is another opportunity where they would say, you know, we also think you should think about this or whatever. So that's all I have. Again, super flexible. Does people, it looks like there might be a couple clarifying questions. Deb and then Tom.
Well, one thing, I mean, that was a lot. So thank you for that. That's very thoughtful and well thought out. I find it's easier, and the way this has typically been done in the past is if you send out a straw man to us so that we can actually see it and digest it and sort of like, because it's hard to sift through, like there's a lot in that you just said. So I find that kind of hard to frame a discussion without sort of seeing it laid out. I know that's one thing that we really want to get through when we go to these quarterly reviews is also going back to our work plan, back to our mission, kind of like aligning out. And you might have said that in all that you talked about, but just kind of like reminding them, here's our subcommittees, here's the work we've done, here's the progress we've made. It's sort of like a time to recap too, before getting into a lot of those. It's our time to give them a progress report of what we've been doing, because they're dealing with a lot. So I know that they've been very active with the stuff that we've been doing, but it's a time to kind of reflect back, to, you know, maybe give a hurrah for passing our CAP plan and things like that. And then you can move into discussion on some of the things that you were just mentioning. But I would also really stress that we need to, I can't remember the timing that's allotted to this, but I think that's how, I know for me, I can help you a lot better, Ryan, if I see it laid out. Otherwise I have a harder time going through all of that you just said. So maybe what we can do is still have a good discussion about it, but is it possible for you to send out your presentation to us? And that way we can also provide you with some valuable comments. When are you giving the presentation?
I think in like a week or two. So what I can do is I can send it to Rebecca right now. I don't know if Rebecca, is that possible if I send it to you now?
Yes, you can send it to me.
Okay.
And you're scheduled to go to council on November 17th.
Yeah, so it's before our next meeting.
Can you remind us, Rebecca, of the timing too? What's the, or is there a lot of time?
Yeah, so there's been a change in the protocol in the presenting the EQC or commission quarterly report. So there's a staff report that now goes along with it. And so the presentation is usually 10 to 15 minutes, but I think it does now allow the opportunity for council to take some sort of action, to give like a formal action to the EQC. If there's a question about, for example, pesticide management that the council wants the EQC to look at, then they can together decide at that time. Whereas before it was more or less just an update and no action. So I think that's the part that's been updated.
Okay.
So I sent it to you, Rebecca. I'm sure it's a big file because the city template is really image heavy. So it might take a second to come through. Are there other clarifying questions before we take public comment? Josie?
Ryan, there was something from the last meeting, our long meeting, where you were going to do a memo. Are you going to present to council instead of that, in addition to that?
Totally separate from that. So
Totally
that
separate,
memo is accompanying, I'm really sorry, I'm struggling, accompanying the staff report, which I think Rebecca and I are touching base on the final aspect of that tomorrow morning, but that's like, that memo will go with the
with that presentation.
staff,
Okay,
yeah,
got it.
report
Okay.
on, yeah. Anything else? Okay, so Rebecca, do we, oh, sorry, Josie.
No, just it's discussion.
Oh, okay. Do we have any public comments at this time on this item?
Yes, we do have one. It is Mr. Peter Edmonds. I have unmuted your microphone and you may speak, Mr. Edmonds. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Chair Price, for including in your work plan report the status request regarding the replanting of the 76 trees that were promised from the 1000 El Camino Real project from last year. That gives me the opportunity to provide you with breaking news as of close of business yesterday, at which time I filed an appeal to the City Council seeking a stay or reversal of the Menlo Park Commission's Planning Commission's decision on October 5th. It's just a couple of weeks ago, when they approved the redevelopment plan for the site of 201 El Camino Real and 612 Cambridge Avenue. That is the site that includes the defunct Oasis restaurant. And the grounds for my appeal were that I'm alleging insufficient design revisions relative to the designs that were presented during the study section of that project on July 22nd, 2019 by me. And my present allegation that the Menlo Park Planning Commission accorded insufficient diligence to, one, observing and sufficiently implementing provisions of a standing city ordinance, namely the Heritage Tree Ordinance number 1060, adopted last November, and two, establishing that a heritage tree removal permit for the tree, which is a redwood, coast redwood oak, designated number 1 on that site. The permit was properly issued after determination that, and I quote, there was no financially feasible and reasonable design alternative that would permit reasonable, I lost my place, that would permit preservation of the heritage tree while achieving the applicant's reasonable development objectives or reasonable economic enjoyment of the property using the methodology established in the administrative guidelines. Well, that is the quotation from the Heritage Tree Ordinance. Continuing, and that the Public Works Director had established beyond reasonable doubt that there was good cause for such action after the applicant herself has suggested that such redevelopment was outlined in sufficient detail that professional architects could readily interpret it as a feasible and reasonable alternative design. I hope you'll find that interesting and maybe wish to mention it in your work plan or in your annual report, since there will most probably be some action that involves either EQC staff or commissioners, if they wish, before December 17th.
Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. We appreciate your comment and notification of the appeal that you filed regarding the site on El Camino, 201 El Camino. So thank you for sharing that. Do we have any other public comments at this time, Rebecca?
No further public comment.
Okay. So now we can return to the commission discussion of this agenda item. So let's do that. Go ahead, Tom.
So one thought I had about a possible item to discuss with the council, after looking at all our commission rules and guidelines and the other commissions in the city, I noticed that lots of commissions are our size, 7 members. The Complete Streets Commission is 9 members and the Library Commission is 11. With the interest in moving faster on climate issues and the possibility of being able to form either more teams or bigger teams, and perhaps exploring at some point the ability to interact more with volunteers, which takes commissioner time if commissioners are doing it, to ask the council whether they feel that 7 members is still the right size for this commission, for the work that we're taking on.
Is that something, Rebecca, is that something, so this is another, okay. So this sounds like, sorry, I think this is another topic that is really interesting to raise, but not one that the EQC has kind of voted on and has noticed on as an agenda item. So I don't know that it could be included. Rebecca, is that right? It sounds like that's what you told us about a few minutes ago for another item.
Yes, that's correct. And so I just want to reiterate that the quarterly and annual reports are really the progress report, as Commissioner Martin has stated, and also just to clarify, any kind of advice either that the council's given, or just to kind of put it out there. Do they want us to take action on something, and aligning it with the work plan? So what's been going on there, and any of the other actions that EQC has taken on. It's a little, I understand it can be very muddling, but again, because this is a public body, it needs to be properly noticed in the agenda, and so that the public can provide a comment on that particular agenda item, and then have an action from the EQC.
So is that something we could, I don't know, Chair Price, if you would do this, or some member of the commission, but is that something we can create a parking lot for, right? So I don't want to, if that's something that we think we should discuss before the next quarterly report, when maybe we could ask council about it. Is 7 the right number? Can we create a parking lot of those agenda items that we want to make sure we cover before the next opportunity to talk to council?
Why don't we agendize this for the next meeting?
That's
future,
right. Yeah.
Future meeting agenda items. Just
that's what we would. That's what we would do. Yeah. So what I normally do is I try to keep track of things that come up in the meeting as future agenda items. Sometimes more things come up than we can put into the next meeting. but then, or something will come up like a heritage tree appeal, and so something will get delayed. But yeah, that's exactly what Deb said is exactly what we would do. And so the two things that have come up tonight that are going into that bucket for me are the capacity of the EQC, what we were just discussing, or I guess membership capacity. And then the public engagement conversation that we were having, that we, as you pointed out at the beginning of the meeting, Josie, we didn't necessarily come around to any kind of recommendation other than a focus on the urgency. But now with these other tools and the ideas that we've had, there's more something there that we could agendize as like a separate item. So those are the two I've got so far. Okay. Going back to the discussion about the update. So with the framework that this update is delivering on things that the EQC has taken action on, is currently working on, did have guidance from, or things that we're hearing from the community that are kind of outside the scope of what we understand our priorities to be, such as concerns from the community about the urgency of climate change. Like, hey, we're following the process and the community is telling us that climate change is happening really fast, like we know, and how can we address that? Or the fact that people are, basically these items, right? So I don't know that we have to include 1,000 El Camino, but I did think it was a good reminder. I know that it's on our agenda in January, I believe, to hear the update from Christian about the urban canopy, and this is part of that conversation. But I also thought that it had been raised several times and we should include it. So that's why I included it here. Does this make sense?
Yeah, I would say that's an important one, because we know that one created a lot of community. That's the biggest heritage tree appeal we've ever had. And there was an overture to plant all these trees and kind of like throw an olive branch out. So it is very much still in the minds of a lot of people. And I think the city needs to know that there's not enough, in my view, there's not been enough communication on the plan to let all those citizens know what's going on. So I do think we've heard it several times, and I think it's really appropriate for them to know that too. So I wholeheartedly agree that should be on there.
Okay. That's how I felt. So thank you, Deb, because I was doing this in a vacuum. So what other comments do you guys want to walk through anything?
So one other thing that we've talked about, and it was actually on me to incorporate the changes into the two memos that we talked a lot about last time. And I have yet to make those changes, but it's not clear to me, like, is staff going to take those to council? But I guess my question is, since we have already discussed, for example, the sea level rise thing, that we would advise that someone on council engage with that that agency. Is that something that you could include in the update, that's on our radar, and we would recommend that?
Yeah, so I think what would be really helpful to me, and it is on specifically those items, to get help on exactly what we want to say or cite would be super helpful to me. And for me, where I was thinking about that information going, and again, we can change the titles of these sections, but it's basically like the actions moving forward. So are we aligned on EQC priorities? We can change the title of that, but basically, like, here's what we see as our next, this is where the EQC is moving. And that's what I was thinking. So these are very broad, and I was hoping to use this time tonight to specify them, to be honest, to reflect what we wanted to say, because I think part of what you just talked about, Josie, is under the EQC commissioner volunteers to address. And then I left it like it says to address, doesn't say what, because I wanted us to list them out, because I think we've had a lot of conversations, and like Deb was saying, I don't want to overwhelm council. I want to keep them, I want to share the most relevant information with them. And so that's where I was hoping to use some of our time tonight to flesh out this particular slide with what we really wanted to draw attention to, because I felt like this was where we potentially have a lot we could talk about. And I just wanted to make sure we were talking about what most resonates with the EQC as a body. Deb, did you want to comment?
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm struggling with right now is, again, with a 10 to 15, first of all, I'd say what might be really helpful is to look at some past quarterly updates, just to see how those were laid out. What I struggle with a bit with this, with the sort of, it's not generally a time or the right forum to have a lot of open back and forth dialogue. I mean, I know when I've done this, I've said, look, here's what we're doing, here's, and I think actually like Josie's, like that thing that Josie mentioned, I think we should add that, like that we're recommending that they do get more engaged in that, you know, these are things that we've already said, memos or different things that we've wanted to communicate up. This is a time to reflect back, amplify those things and get very crystal, like this is a crystal clear moment. It's not really a moment to have like a lot of like, so, you know, are we, like, I know this, I struggle with this because I would not want to go to the city with this title, are we aligned on EQC priorities? Because that sort of sounds
sure. Then let's
a little
change it.
off-putting to me. And then it seems like this is going to generate a big kind of, this is a discussion question like thing. So
I think
the better forum for that would be
next...
outside of, I just want to make this one point, that if we want that kind of discussion, in my view, the forum for that is not at this quarterly update, but it's more of an engagement. How can we engage? And, you know, so maybe we reframe this a little bit, but it shouldn't be like an open dialogue discussion. It just doesn't allow time for that. So that's just my view. I think we need to get really clear and a concise message and not a big open discussion kind of thing.
Totally fine. So let's do that. I'm not attached to the titles. I did modify that title from the last update, but aside from that, this exact layout is exactly what we showed them last time. So you're looking at an example from last time, just with different actual content underneath, because we've done different things, but the structure is the same. And this is the only title I changed the title, or the only side I changed the title on. The previous title, I think, was Next Steps. So we can put it back to Next Steps. We can make it something else, totally open.
Or maybe this is where we hit some of those recommendations we're making, like next steps. I mean, it could be like, here's some of our really key recommendations that we wanted to alert you about. And this is where we could say things like, you know, the climate adaptation, we feel that's really important. And here's what we think you should do. We're hearing a lot from the community. We're recommending maybe we consider, you know, we're working with the city already on a public outreach plan, but we've heard a couple of really interesting things. And we think that maybe it might, like, you know, this is the thing, if we give them 3 things maybe that we are recommending that they really consider, but then we do also want an opportunity to say, what are we not doing that you guys would like to see? Because that's always sort of like a way for us to hear back from them. What are the other elements in the broader sustainability scope for the city that we should be addressing? So that's what I would think would be good.
And if we want to have more in-depth time on this item, we could also move this item to the November agenda and then have somebody present in December. Just a small news on my side is I'm expecting a baby in December, so it probably won't be me that does it. But Janelle,
congratulations!
Thank you. Yes. More than capable of speaking on behalf of the EQC. So I just wanted to flag that, because if we do want to have more time, we absolutely can do that, but we should just allow more time on the agenda than Janelle and I have planned for this meeting. And that's totally fine. And thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to be dismissive of the congratulations.
Well, also, you know what we should do too? We could do that. And my recommendation would be we put this up front in the agenda, because now we're at like almost 10 o'clock. And I can tell everybody's running out of gas. I'm going to fully admit to you all, as a separate logistical issue, I am really struggling with a 5-hour Zoom meeting. I just can't sit this long and do that. Like, so we're going to have to kind of, maybe we look at a little bit on how we stream our agendas and maybe cut some things out and make it more manageable. And I'm sure for poor Rebecca, who has a family to manage too, like we need to probably just work on maybe an agreement on how long a Zoom meeting can run, because it just, at least when we're in person, we can get up, move around, and it's more stimulating. But sitting on a Zoom meeting, I don't know about you guys, but I just can't do it. I just can't do it for 5 hours.
I'm starting to wonder what I got myself into, if this is
Yeah,
going to be.
no, this is like it's not, I think we really need to get some discipline around the meeting. Just that's a separate item. Maybe we can just talk
This
about that
was the
after.
conversation Janelle and I had about the agenda and keeping time, and we just immediately we had more questions and took more time with the city clerk at the start and the minutes than we had accounted for, and so it just kind of builds. But we can absolutely do that. One thing Janelle offered to do, and I think maybe we should have just reassigned it after she left, is to keep time on each item, so we're really aware of how much time we're spending on each item, because that was something we flagged as a question.
Well, and also
I don't think
I would say anytime we think we're going to take, double it, because that's just with a forum like this. We all have really good things to say. I mean, it's good conversation, so by all means, but then just know that that's how this commission works. And so fewer things is better. And then prioritizing the stuff that we really need to make action on. Because I feel bad, like now, this is probably like really almost one of the most important things we needed to do tonight. And now we're all kind of running out of gas. So there's two options I would recommend with this. You either, which has been done before, both options. You either get Rebecca to send this out to all of us, and you say, by X date, I need your feedback. And then you can consolidate all of our feedback into this, because it's just as easy, for me to give you feedback directly to the deck. And I don't think it warrants necessarily like a really long conversation. I think it's just, we know what we need to present to the city, so everybody could do that. Or the alternative is you could still do that and then postpone it, and then and then we could put this first on the agenda for next meeting, and then look at it that way. But then there's one other complicating factor, is that typically it's been tradition that our commission breaks in November because it kind of falls around Thanksgiving. So that was a whole other thing I wasn't sure if we were going to get into. So there's a lot of things going on.
Yeah, so we had talked about all of that. So just to comment on the scheduling update. So this year, actually, the meeting would fall ahead of Thanksgiving. And so what we were thinking of doing was having the meeting in November as scheduled and skipping the December meeting, because that meeting would then fall later in December, and reconvening in January to follow the past protocol of basically usually having 10 meetings a year, because we usually have, Leah, for your knowledge, we usually only have 2 meetings in the summer months instead of 3. So it's usually July or August that doesn't happen. And then usually we have 1 combined meeting for November and December. But this year we were like, gosh, we could meet in November because it's earlier, and then we could not meet in December. So that was where we were leaning, but we can also not do that if we don't want to. But that's where Janelle and I were leaning, just because it meant we didn't have to call a special meeting, that we could
let's do that.
Okay.
November.
And then
no December.
The concern
with regards to this, just to get this, just to keep
on
this.
I think we should put it in November, only because I don't know that the whole group really is aligned, which is why we brought it to the agenda in the first place. So I'm concerned that the comments won't be able to be consolidated offline, but maybe that's my concern, and that's not realistic. I'm not sure.
What are maybe just a clarifying question? When you say, are we aligned on EQC priorities? Is this a question that you're asking us as commissioners, or are you asking the city, like, are you aligned with us? Like, what's the goal of this slide? Maybe it would be helpful.
So for me, the goal of the slide was to say, this is what we think we're doing. Is this what you think we're doing? Like, are we on the same page? Because I think there is some confusion sometimes amongst the different council members, because we have our subcommittee that's meeting with their subcommittee, but that's not representative of the EQC as a body, and it's not representative of the council as a body, right? It's just 2 subcommittees meeting. And so my goal for here was to say, here's what you guys have actually approved as what we're spending our time on. Is this where you want us spending our time? And is this what, and this is what we did last time. So we said, like, here's what we're doing. Is this what you want? And this is the slide where Ray and Kat said, well, actually, what about pesticides? And then what I didn't know to do in the moment was to say, like, is that an official, like, council's voting saying the EQC should prioritize pesticides? Or is it more like a couple council members are curious about pesticides? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
that's very typical. That's actually, you're gonna always get that where,
Mhm.
because what happens is that I know we're focused on our work plan, right? So that's what we should be doing. But what happens when you're on the council is you hear from a lot of other, there's a lot of
Yes.
other concerns beyond climate change, believe me.
Totally.
So they hear about it from, the pesticide thing comes up all, regularly. So, and sometimes it bubbles up more than others. So it could be that, or it could be a water issue, or, so it is very common for them to say that. It doesn't mean they're giving us now a directive. They're more saying, this is what we're hearing. We want to, it's almost like in my view, a sort of informal. And then we usually bring it back so we bring it back to discussion, say, hey, the city has asked us to look at these things. Like, can we fit it in, or should we consider that for next work plan? Or so that's kind of how that generally works in the past anyway.
That's kind
I
of
think
what
it's,
we've done.
I think it's changed a little bit, Commissioner Martin.
Oh, has it? Okay.
Yeah, so I think because it was a matter of confusion when commissioners were giving reports and individual council members were also kind of asking for additional items, that at that time we really need a formal action from the city council if they want to direct the EQC to look at a specific topic, because otherwise it does become hard to bring it back at some point in the future. So that's why there's a staff report now attached to it for the EQC or commission updates, to try to really pull out and nail down, is this something that you really want this commission to look at as a majority of council members?
And that's why this is going back, because exactly what Deb, what you described is exactly what happened. I brought it back to the commission. We talked about it. We were like, it's not really on our work plan. Do we want to put it on our work plan? And then Rebecca brought this back and said, well, now we're actually supposed to go back and get clarity to say, is this something that you guys were officially saying as a body we're supposed to spend time on? Which is why it was under the seeking guidance.
So can I ask
category.
a question then, just because I guess I'm out of sync with that practice then. I didn't realize that has changed. What is the mechanism then? Because usually the quarterly report has been a mechanism for this council to just kind of reflect back to us some of what they're hearing. So that's why it was always informal. It's like they're hearing things too. And so this is their time to get in front of us and say, this is what we're hearing. So are we saying that? And that to me has never been a formal ask. It's just been an exchange of information. So now I'm a bit confused. Are they not, is this not the forum now where they're saying to us, well, here's what we're hearing. You might want to look at this. That's not happening now, or?
So the way it has worked in the past, it was really no action by the city council. So they received the update from the commissions, and there was no mechanism in the agenda that said, receive the commission's quarterly report and, provide further direction. And so from what I understand now, and again, I'm still learning it as well, is that not only does the chair give a presentation, staff also writes a staff report that accompanies all of that and really identifies ahead of time like what the city council is going to hear, and then they can look at that information and say, oh, okay, great, but I also want them to look at these issues. And then
So
that's their
procedural
point.
That's like a procedural change.
Yeah,
then,
it is and so for them it becomes, again, before it was an informational, so like you heard the presentations, those were informational, you can't take an action, but from my understanding this is now going to be a regular item of the city council agenda, so that way they can actually take action as a body.
Okay.
So for this, I think we have a decision. Ryan, you said your preference would be to go to punt to November versus, is that your preference? I'm fine with that.
I think so, only because I think that because of what Rebecca said, like the staff meeting that's attached to it, and I just want to make sure it really represents what we want the conversation to focus on. And my concern is that that needs to actually be a conversation. And I'm not worried about like the titles of the slides and things like that. I know that will guide the conversation, but what I am worried about is what conversation do we want to have?
Okay. Just sorry, logistics question, Tom, before. And you're doing December. So if we have this conversation in November and then you present to them in December or whatever, however that works, that's all going to work okay? Or like you'll assign somebody or whatever?
Yeah, if I can't do it, it'll be Janelle.
Okay.
So I think that that's okay. And I would say there's most likely I would not do it because I just don't think that will happen.
Okay.
Tom.
So I was thinking that the format of this slide that you had used in prior presentations was the format like here are the things we've been working on, and do you have any suggestions for ways to alter the priorities? It's essentially saying here's what our priorities have been and the progress and efforts we've been putting into it. And then that gives them the chance to push back and say, no, we want you to decrease this thing and increase pesticides or something. And they would have to vote nowadays to have that be the direction. And then we would hear their direction to us was to spend less on this, more on that. And staff, I've seen numerous times, staff pushes back on council and says, oh, you want more? Tell me what I will do less of to give you more of the other.
Yeah. And that's so when we last presented to them, the under seeking guidance section was this issue of us feeling like we were charged with focusing on climate change based on the work plan, but then a huge percentage of our time was going to the heritage tree appeals. And so we were like, that feels like it's not really aligned. And we were kind of flagging that for council. And we'd had conversations about other potential solutions, but what they said and was like, no, let's wait for the task force to come, updates to come out, which then came out. And so now we're in the new cycle. So I don't know. Anyway, but you can see the point, right? Like that was exactly kind of an area that we were asking if we could focus less on it, and their answer was perhaps you can, but you need to wait for the decisions from the task force on heritage trees and appeals, and for now you should just keep moving forward as is because you're the only body that can oversee this. But yeah, that's very much how that conversation went. And so I would expect if somebody from the council were to vote and say, yes, we really want you to focus on pesticides, I would say, great, all the staff time and all the commission time has been allocated towards climate action. So what you're saying is you want us to decrease focus on climate action and instead pivot and focus on pesticides. Is that right? Because we can't just magically create more time, right? But yeah, that's exactly what I think we would want to say. Thank you for highlighting that.
So Ryan, I'm happy we can discuss this at the next meeting. I'm happy to do that. If you wanted to push forward and present in a week or two, I'm happy to talk offline with you about, you said you wanted to fill out some of these things. Like I'm flexible, so. But do we need to decide, like, should we push this off to November?
Yeah, we need to decide.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm sensing that we should push it off to the November meeting because we're running out of gas. And if we were going to do this, there's more time that we would want to invest. Is that a fair assessment or not?
Well, I'm not sure this takes a lot of effort. I think what you described verbally to us earlier in this item, you said you were going to discuss hearing about these 4 items: urgency of climate change, gas-powered leaf blowers, people wanting to volunteer, and interest in the report on the replanting efforts after 1000 El Camino. To me, that sounds like the stuff that would fill in a slide like this saying, well, actually, no, this is what we're working on. But those were just the new areas. And then recognizing to the extent we do more work on these new areas, we have to do less work on current areas. And then is everyone okay at council? Are you okay with us continuing our prioritization of current efforts, or do you want us to change to some new prioritization that you're willing to vote on?
Yeah, so those were all the items that I had listed that came up under like public comment, like to Deb's comment, where if the commission gets or the council shares what they've been hearing, this is also our opportunity to share what we're hearing to make sure they know what people are coming to talk to us about in the event that they, otherwise don't know. And then, do you mind going up to the top, Rebecca? So I just
Ryan,
want to,
I just want to make one comment while you're getting ready to do that. It's typically been traditional that the chair has been deputized to put this together. And so we don't really generally, at least has been my experience, that we don't really need to have like a big session during our meeting to flush through it. Like really you, I think, have probably done a great job. And again, I would just recommend simply sending it out and asking for comment, and we can provide you with comment. But it's not generally something that we've taken back to committee with a lot of discussion. It's sort of been prepared. And I think when I used to do this, I would send, and other commissioners, they would send it to, as a courtesy to the other commissioners, or if we had time to go over it in our meeting, we would, but it would be sort of a very, this is what I've got planned. And unless there was objection, you know, so I just want you to know that you can be confident that like what you've put together is probably great. And we could just actually give you comments is what I'm recommending in an email. And then we just move forward and get it in front of the council. I don't think we really need to have this agendized at a meeting, personally speaking. I mean, if you guys want to, you can, but I'm just telling you that that's traditionally not like what we've done. So it's not necessary is what I'm trying to say.
and I'm comfortable with that. I just want to make sure everybody else is comfortable with that too. Before, because I don't, again, like
so that's why you send it out for review. If somebody
Mhm.
has a question for you that they feel they need more clarification, then they could probably meet with you independently. But I just don't really think this needs to be.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's just my opinion. I'm, you know,
I think
just
I
want
was
you to feel confident doing what you need to do, and
Yeah.
not getting a bunch of our long-winded discussions on it. Like it just.
No problem. The last 2 times this has gone as an agenda item, which is why that's, I think, the routine we were following. Rebecca, is there a formal change of protocol there, or is it okay for us to proceed where I would just send it out and people would be responding with comments, but more importantly, like major objections to a topic?
So I think it's hard for me. I probably err on the side of caution, maybe more than other staff members on this part, just to make sure that the full EQC has been able to look at the content and make a decision on it. Sorry, Commissioner Martin.
It's okay, you guys, honestly, like I've been on here a long time, so things have changed over time. So I'm just reflecting back some historical so that you guys all know. If you want to agendize it and have, I mean, I agree, we should all agree with what's on there, but I think there's multiple methods to do it. And I don't think if we feel like now we have to push off to November and then we're getting in December and that's causing an issue for anybody, there is also a cadence and a timing to when I think we're expected to do this, right? So we can't,
and I think, you know,
whenever.
And I know that you're all looking at each other and hearing things, but for me, from the outside of looking at it, I mean, there's some commissioners that seem to want to include more, and so it's more than just the content presented. And so I think what I'm trying to do is make sure the chair is not being put in a position where there might be some very, you know, some differences, and that feeling that the differences might need to be worked out at a meeting, especially if there's some topics that, and I don't know, Chair Price, you can make those calls whether it should be in the parking lot or not, but then you know, again, that can create some tensions among other commission members if they feel like their input was not included in the presentation. So I think it's just more about ensuring that everyone's on the same page, and some of us are new, and so it's just.
Okay, so maybe it's just that people's comfort level with how they give input is what I'm hearing, because everybody will be having an opportunity to give input. But I think what I'm hearing is that maybe every commission's different. Maybe we're at and there's a lot of new commissioners here. So maybe we feel like we need to have a more elaborate diagram or dialogue. But I know for me, I need to see it first. And so I can look at it and kind of tease it apart in my mind a bit more. And that's going to be my best way to give you input, Ryan.
Sure.
But then we could go ahead, sure, just and agendize it in November and be, you know.
So I'm genuinely comfortable either way. The only concern I have, and the way that I think about it, is because of the Brown Act, Rebecca can send this out to everybody, but I can't talk to everybody about it. So if I get two conflicting statements back, what happens next, right? And that's the only concern I have is like, then to Rebecca's point, how would we resolve that issue? Because we wouldn't have a way to talk about it as a group. But if you know, if you want me to make the decision, I can absolutely do that. I just don't want to I didn't want to make that decision without asking, because that's not what we did the last time. So does that make sense to everybody? That was my concern.
So what does everybody else think then?
So I'm looking at it and thinking I would trust the chair's prerogative if you got two conflicting comments to let you resolve it the way you wanted, because I actually don't think it's vital exactly what is on here. I think the interesting thing is the council's discussion, and can they make a motion to either no motion and support our current course and proposal, or a motion to ask us to change course. That's all. So the exact content is not vital to me.
Anybody else? Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that.
I agree.
Okay. Leah's just wondering when she's like, oh my gosh, this is my first meeting. This is lasting forever.
I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna really have anything to contribute. So whatever you guys want to do, and I'm good with.
And then, so Rebecca, just so we understand, thank you, Leah, the timeline so you're writing a staff report that accompanies this. What is our timeline for giving feedback and having a finalized something to making sure that there's alignment between the staff report and the presentation, because I'm assuming that is important. So what does that timeline look like between now and the presentation on the 17th?
So it would be good to have probably all the comments back by November 4th or sooner. November 2nd would be better. From the commissioners. And yeah, so I'll just, I'm sorry, Commissioner Martin. So when they did a straw poll, so the chair sent it to the liaison. Sorry, I have not had this happen to me before, so maybe it was Clay. But then the comments get sent back to the staff liaison. Is that, and then through back through the chair?
Like, I'm thinking possibly things have changed, Rebecca, since, but I know in the past I have sent it to the staff liaison, who's then sent it to the commissioners and said, if you have any comments, please share them with me. And then they would take them back to me. So it was kind of like that whole, you know, but that's how it was done.
Okay.
Because you guys can give me comments directly, but you can't include anyone else on the message, right? Because that way, and I can't say, oh, you know, to everybody like, oh, Deb said this, James said this, Leah said this.
You can't do, right. You
so
can't
just
do
to
that, but just to clarify, I'm pretty sure that the way it would work is that you would send it to Rebecca and ask her to send it to us. And she would say, please let me know if you have any comments. And then we would send our comments to Rebecca, and then she would send them to you. That's how that works. I'm pretty sure that's how that worked.
Rebecca, can people send the comments directly to me?
Yeah, I think as long as they CC me on it, that should work.
Okay. So you can put
Just
me and Rebecca on the email. I just don't want to make it Rebecca's job to compile the comments. So, okay, cool. So that works. So that's the decision out of this item, which is like generally this direction is the direction we want to go in. We know there's some information to include. Deb's comments about the making sure that the slide headers reflect the intent of the slide, and just double checking to make sure we're aligned on what that intent is. And then all comments due back by November 2nd to Rebecca and Ryan. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, great. So we don't need to vote on, do we need to vote on this?
No, it's just by consensus.
Perfect. So by consensus, do we agree that that is what we're doing? Can we?
Okay.
Okay, we have consensus. I see a lot of thumbs up and raised hands. Great. Well, that brings us to the end of the agenda. I think we just have reports and announcements left. So I don't know if there are any reports or announcements that we want to share. Go ahead, Tom.
Yesterday, the city of East Palo Alto had their second reading of a Menlo Park style reach code, and they've adopted it, and they've also implemented kind of minimal exceptions in their process, and people have to apply for exceptions. So it was another kind of nice outcome of cities taking control and no longer allowing rampant stranding of gas assets.
That's awesome. Woohoo. Thank you, Tom. Josie.
PCE, you know, we asked them to consider helping support development of a burnout ordinance, and their executive committee voted favorably on that. So I think it's now up to Raphael and Rebecca to give them a formal request, but the number $100,000 was sort of tossed around in the meeting. So the executive committee at PCE was interested in creating a model ordinance. They like that idea. So that was really good news. And as Tom mentioned, or both of us have mentioned throughout the meeting, we do have volunteers coming to us. So is that on our agenda? That's to be discussed at the next. I'd be interested to get the commission's feedback on how to, I don't know, how to engage, how to organize those folks. Like what's the EQC? Okay. A bunch of them are coming to me and some to Tom. So I'd like to get the EQC's input on that if we can agendize that for the next meeting.
You got it. And is this something, is there any precedents that we should consider, Rebecca? Like for complete streets, or I don't know, another commission, are there areas where people volunteer? I haven't heard of that, but that doesn't mean it's not possible.
So volunteering with the commission, yeah, I mean, this is a tricky area, I think, to navigate, and probably need to bring in the city clerk and just the city attorney. But I would imagine probably right off the bat, it's more of, do you want to do that outside of the EQC and form a group, or is probably, again, I need to check with them, but it's probably going to be the response as to, it's great if you want to join forces, and that's typically what's been done in the past too with EQC. I mean, there's always a lot of motivation in this area. That's how Menlo Spark was created in the first place. So there's always room for another group to form to really support the efforts that maybe are not within the role of the EQC. But I think I think we've had subcommittees where they've had people join just to give information. So those are the other opportunities as well.
Okay. Perfect. I put it on the list. Thank you, Josie. Are there other updates or announcements?
Oh, so I do too. Oh, I can't see my hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Gillard. I was going to say the same thing about PCE. I believe they're bringing to their board in November the formal request to help fund Menlo Park's CAP implementation. And I think they're also looking to include the EV for multifamily properties as well as part of it. They've done a lot of research in this area already, so that's great. So we're looking forward to that. And then October 27th will be the City Council agenda item on EV charging for multifamily. And so again, just aligning the resources that would be needed for building electrification and also EV charging. They're somewhat similar in the policy approaches, and trying to gain efficiency with our resource request in that area to implement 2 of the CAP action items.
And just to, Rebecca did let me know, so, you know, I'm planning to be able to speak on that on behalf of the EQC based on what we had done. And if for some reason I wasn't able to, then Janelle would be able to do it in my stead. So just so everybody knows that too.
So that should be coming out this week in the agenda. And then I think either next week's agenda or in November for certain, the staff is going to bring budget amendments. So basically the city council has somewhat established priorities to work on, including the cap and determining how to fund and resource the project. And so I'm working again on a weekly basis with the various divisions where the cap work touches their work, and trying to make sure that they have enough resources to support the sustainability division in moving forward these cap action items. So those are things that are coming before the city council.
Sorry, Rebecca, what's the subline on that? Is it like there aren't enough resources, or?
Yeah, so I think so where we've found a lot of gaps is the city council priorities. We've got housing, we've got some other areas that the state's requiring us to, as a city, to address. And so that's taking resources from community development and public works to address that. And so in order to also accomplish the cap items, we do need high-level staff to participate in that. And I think we've talked about this, like, for example, the building official, we need a building official to help advise and, walk with the sustainability division on building electrification. And even if the EV charging policy for multifamily is approved on Tuesday, that's another area. And so that's basically resourcing those types of professionals to ensure that there is a focus on the cap implementation, because they're at capacity right now. For example, for the building official, working on online permitting, working on new procedures due to the pandemic, restructuring the office environment to ensure that there's a safe return for employees. So basically we need another building official temporarily to help with the cap action items.
Yeah, I guess I'm confused though, because we have that 400,000 and that's supposed to cover a building official, like 80,000 for a building official, right? So what am I missing?
Right, so that'll be in the staff report of where the budget shortfall is for some of the other resources that, after talking to divisions, we'll need. And that includes public engagement. There's a real need for having a professional in that regard to kind of manage all of that while the policy analysts are working on the different options.
So it sounds like, and just for Leah, because this is Leah's first meeting, anytime the city council is hearing items that touch the EQC's kind of work plan, Rebecca always lets us know, and only the chair or vice chair can speak on behalf of the EQC, but any member of the EQC, just like any member of the general public, can go and lend their voice lend their voice or opinion to the topic. And so what we find is the more support we have and the more consistently we engage with council, or we engage kind of outside, making sure we're sharing with the community that this is coming up, the more that the council can kind of hear from the community about relative importance of different topics. And so obviously having the funding to continue to pursue the cap is really important. And so this is another topic where we would want to make sure we had support behind the agenda items.
And are you saying that we would, the members who are not the chair or the vice chair would appear as individuals, citizens?
Exactly. Okay. You would just say, I'm a citizen and I'm on the EQC, but you wouldn't say, as part of the EQC, right. You would just say, this is what I think.
Right. Got it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. So oftentimes several of us will speak at a meeting.
Rebecca, what's the date on the meeting where this, I forget what you call it, budget priorities or something like that, is happening?
So I don't know the exact date, but I know I think there might be a topic on it next week, just to introduce it, and then the formal budget amendments would come in November. So not just for the cap, but also for other council priorities that they've identified.
And if members did want to engage, is it both meetings that people should think to attend to speak at, or is there one? Because sometimes I know there's like, one's more like information gathering and one's more vote. So is there any guidance from your perspective, Rebecca, on which or both meetings would be the right ones for people to attend if they wanted to have their voice heard on this topic?
Yeah, I think after reviewing the staff report, when it comes out, if it seems like there's going to be a formal action taken, then yes, that would be a good opportunity. And again, the resourcing, as I stated, time before, we're trying to get the team together by the end of December. So everybody that is needed in the room will be in the room starting January so that we can hit the ground running. And so a lot of that's the budget, the individuals that we need. And then again, working with all the other priorities that the city has, right? And trying to really nail down a focus group that's going to work on it and to expedite it, to get it done within the time frame of a year. So that's the goal.
Rebecca, if I'm understanding correctly, next week or the week after, whenever this comes up, it's probably going to be you guys requesting extra budget to be able to accomplish the CAP items 1 and 3. Is that as opposed to you're saying we don't have the money and therefore we're not going to do them, or we're going to slow them down or something like that? It's going to be a request for more funding. Is that, am I right?
Yeah, yes. I don't, and you're correct. I mean, we do have CIP CAP budget, and there's still a good chunk of it in there. I think we're not, there's just probably a slight shortfall, not a huge amount. But I'm trying to shore up all those numbers by as each day passes and the work is getting done, and I kind of finalize who's available potentially and how much that cost is.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Okay.
And Tom, I think you had another announcement.
Yep,
or report.
See, I had one that I recall. Back to the PCE Executive Committee discussion of the $100,000 support. Kudos to Rebecca and the Menlo Park staff and the full commission, because hearing the other city council members from other cities on that exec committee talking about their interest, enthusiasm, and trust in investing in supporting Menlo Park, it was really a vote of confidence for the kinds of things they've seen us do before on the REACH code and the kinds of things that are put into the climate action plan that we recommended to council. So the strategy basically in that plan is working, and people are wanting to work with us and find ways to cooperate and advance things that will help us all together in making model rules. So that's working. Let's see, one little thing I recall is recently I attended some sea level rise training put on by NAACP, and Mayor Taylor also, I could see her name in the list of about 80 attendees from around the Bay Area, also getting that training and looking at some of the website tools available for communities to start looking at their exposure to sea level rise. So that's kind of an interesting thing, and it's good to see city staff and council members starting to look carefully at this.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had one more too. And
no problem.
I forgot to mention on the 17th as well, there's a tentative schedule to have the memo for the CAP action 2, 4, and 6 to go to the city council.
And that reminds me of one more. Actually, Commissioner Gaylord, Council Member Mueller and Nash and Rebecca and I were all on a Thrive Alliance panel about how Menlo Park went about putting together a climate action plan, how it was a citizen-led or volunteer-led effort rather than consultant-led effort, and how the staff was willing to trust the commission members with drafting the first draft of the plan. And there were lots of lots of other city staff and some council members from other cities around the county listening to that and engaged and really kind of curious about how we made so much progress and we're able to come up with such a short plan that is impactful.
That's awesome. Thank you. Are there any other reports or announcements before we take public comment?
Sorry, Rebecca, that was November 17th for the memo for 2, 4, and 6.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Rebecca, do we have any public comment on the updates and announcements at this time?
Thank you, Chair Price. At this time, if there is a member of the public that would like to provide comments, please raise your hand, which is the icon next to your name in the attendees list, and I will be able to unmute your microphone. I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Well, that brings us to the end of our agenda, and so we can adjourn our meeting at this time. So it's 10:25 p.m. We will work on shortening that, especially now. Could we just get a quick show of hands, like how many people shortening the meeting is as a priority for you? Okay. So we've got like a 50-50 split on that, because I know Janelle would raise her hand if she was here because she said that to
I
me.
think it's just also just as a perspective again too. I mean, 5 hours, 5.5 hours of meetings in one night is not typical. And I think it's particularly challenging on the Zoom, just because it's especially many of us are probably also working full-time jobs. So it really gets to be just almost like too much for, it's just a lot to ask. So I would just really, really welcome the idea of just shortening the agenda either, or having like, just maybe timekeeper or something like that. But
I'm not against it, and I'm empathetic, Deb. I didn't raise my hand because it's, but I'm totally supportive. I'm not opposed to it.
I mean, I'm happy to leave a little earlier if you guys all want to chat, but this is the second meeting, and I know for me, I can't do I just can't do 5 hours on Zoom.
Well, I mean, and as a newbie, I'm not sure if this is a thing that's possible, but it seems like it makes more sense to do 2 meetings a month that are shorter than to do this power meeting.
We aren't able to, we've talked about that, and that Leah, I'm totally happy to connect with you about stuff like that, but yeah, we can't do more than 1 meeting a month. But
even if it's 24 hours long.
I think what we can do though is like really be more disciplined on the agenda, and then with the discussion, if it sort of starts to go a little bit, like if we have a timekeeper, I think that will really help. And it's not to say that we don't want fruitful conversation, but sometimes there's a point where the conversation is no longer kind of, just my observation, it's just no longer kind of fruitful. It's no longer generating product. It's sort of getting into like a plethora of, and so that's what's hard, because now, like in the case of tonight, I really, really wish that, I think we also need to prioritize like the topics, because I really would have liked to have spent more time with Ryan on the actual quarterly report. As much as I loved hearing from all those speakers, I would say maybe no more than like 2 speakers at any given meeting. Because then if we want to ask questions, like nobody wants to say, hurry up, like, and also let's just note one very important other piece is now we have a lot more public comment happening. That is not typical. It's not typical for us to get public comment on every agenda item. So that has to be factored in. So I would just say, like, politely, I would just say, let's try to, I mean, really, I think a really effective meeting would be 3.5 hours maybe. But when you start to get into 4, it's certainly the 5.5, it just doesn't get, like, in my view, it just doesn't get productive anymore. Sure. So sorry to be so direct, but I'm just going to really lay it out there and tell you my preference.
Don't worry. And just so everybody knows, the way that when I keep track of the time, we basically spend an hour on every single agenda item. So if we have minutes, and then we have, sometimes minutes are shorter. So minutes might be half an hour, but between minutes and public comment, that's almost always half an hour. And roll call. And then after that, we're talking about like 2 agenda items for sure that we could fit in if we wanted to have like a 3-hour meeting. So I just want to share that because we've tried to shorten the discussions. That was what we were trying to do tonight, and it didn't really work. So that's okay. But then we have to make those trade-offs. And we've also already come up with 4 agenda items that we said we wanted to talk about at the next meeting, which would mean that it would be 4 hours long, according to that math. So I just want to flag that for people. So we can make these trade-offs. I'm totally good with that, but we just need to keep that in mind. Go ahead, Deb.
Yeah, just one observation on my part too, is that generally with the meeting minute, so that was actually I'm glad you brought that up. That's generally usually a time where we look at the meeting minutes and do they concur with what we discussed, and so we had some discussion about it today of where maybe we didn't reflect quite what we thought we did, and that's totally fine. But then it started to veer into adding additional items to the minutes, and that's where, like, I think maybe if we just get like discipline around like, okay, the minutes, when we're reviewing minutes, it's like, did we capture everything? Yes or no? And if not, what didn't we? And then we move on, because if there's important discussion to be had about, like today there was, then we can just put it on an agenda, we can agendize it and then have more fruitful discussion, but not sort of trying to rewrite the minute meeting. So generally the minute meetings should be a much quicker thing. It's generally not a long, it's usually like a 5-10 minute thing. So, that's just my other comment.
Thank you, Deb. Tom?
So my suggestion on the minutes would be any of us, we all ought to review the minutes before the meeting. And then to the extent we remember something different, if we can propose that amendment to the minutes and see if folks concur that that event really did happen and ought to be included.
Thank you.
Rebecca, is our video of the meeting, someone said you had watched it, is that available to us or no?
So we're working on a policy around that. Typically, we have not recorded commission meetings. So I have to talk to Clay because he's the one overseeing that process of recordings for commissions.
Okay.
Because it includes the breaks, and there's a lot of staff work that needs to go behind the scenes. Because also the practice session is recorded too, and that needs to be edited. Because that's not part of the public meeting. It's just to test everyone's microphone and video.
Okay.
Any other comments? All right. Well, we can adjourn the meeting then at 10:32 p.m. and we will see you guys back here in the Zoom room in November.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Congrats, Ryan.
Oh, thank you, James.
Yeah,
We'll have to
congratulations.
share
It's an
stories.
exciting adventure.
Yeah, I'm confident it will be exciting.
It's fun.
Yeah, happy to share stories and onesies later on.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night.
All right.
Bye.